Hey, hello everybody, I'm James Rushing. For those that haven't met me yet, pleasure, nice to meet you. Pleasure, pleasure. Thanks for coming to the class.
Hi, James.
Pleasure. I'm an independent contractor that works with Hawaii Community College as an instructor for agriculture programs. Basically, like I said, get direction from a lot of the classes that people are looking for, and I see if I can design curriculum based upon requests, and if there's enough requests, and then I, as an independent contractor, come up with a curriculum and then present the material for them. So that's what I do, and I do run a whole series of other classes, and we'll talk about that a little bit later, but other than that, tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a CTAR graduate from UH Manoa several years ago. I'm also working on my master's degree over here at UH Hilo. First, I got a degree in tropical plant soil sciences, and then I'm working on a degree in tropical conservation biology, environmental science. So I am I'm pretty heavy into the sustainable agricultural side, indigenous microorganisms, and just microorganisms in general as their association with soil and plants. I've worked heavily in the natural farming field with groups here. And then very independent as well in my approach with natural farming, in that I tend to be more of a biologist, lab rat type of individual, where most natural farmers are more of the get down and dirty and feel the joy of nature and get close to that. I'm really very much a scientist. I like scientific method. I like proof. That's a really cool thing for me. So. This natural farming class that you're going to experience today is a little different than you're going to typically experience on the island, in that it is very science and biology heavy, biologically heavy. That's a good thing. Don't be scared about it. And if you don't have any exposure to that, that's okay. I'm going to try to define things in terms that you understand. And if you have some exposure, maybe chime in and maybe ask as many questions as you possibly can. Class is slated for 4 hours. Last time I ran this, it was slated for 6, and I filled the whole thing to the point where we actually went 10 minutes over. I cut it down a whole bunch since then to a bearable 4 hours, so hopefully we get it done even quicker than that. But I want to leave plenty of time for you to ask questions on any one of my slides, as this is a lecture portion of the natural farming experience, okay? What I've done here is, after observing many training sessions of natural farming all over the world, I've noticed that a lot of the natural farming programs get right into the making of the materials, because that's what people want. They want to get hands-on and have that kind of exposure without an explanation of why they're doing it. And so I want to, from a science background, explain a little bit about that. The reasons why we do things before we do it. So the next class, next week, we're going to be making amendments and stuff. I got plenty of students enrolled in that class, and I've been for the last week and a half making amendments for that class, preparing. So we have samples and examples of the natural farming system along the way. Okay? But today, just an introduction to the idea of natural farming. Okay? So we're not going to get too dirty, if that's okay with you guys. Any questions to start off with about myself or anything like that? Can I ask, what is your level of understanding of natural farming? Maybe just give me a 2 to 5 minute explanation of what you understand, where you heard about it. Maybe you tell me where you heard about this class, and maybe your name and where you live and all that good stuff, so everybody in the room knows what's going on. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Good morning. I'm Chris Hardenbrook. I'm a recently retired person from the planning department here in the county. Not a policymaker, I'm a geographer. So I manage their GIS system.
Oh, nice.
Did a lot of supplementary maps and diagrams.
So GIS is Global Imaging Systems, right? And then that's going to be making...
No, it's Geographic Information Systems.
Information Systems, sorry. Information Systems, right?
Yeah, it's basically modern digital cartography. We used to do paper, pencil, and anytime there's a change on your map, you make a new map. And now maps are made dynamically using a database and computers, and changes are very quick and easy to make. Selected information can be used to portray all kinds of different attributes of the land that you're examining, and analysis of the land, a lot of different kind of parameters. But no longer doing that.
Cool.
I've taken my life savings and bought 6 acres in Curtistown, Nauka, and bought a tractor, and I'm ready to start being a farmer. I'm an old back to the land hippie who never went back to the land. So that's my last chance.
Yeah. Do you have soil?
Yes. Yeah.
A few feet?
It's rocky.
Yeah.
In some areas it's several feet. In some areas it's a few inches.
Okay.
It's one of those things. The area is up near the animal shelter, the Rainbow Friends Animal Shelter.
Okay.
If you're familiar with that, just past the plant of Hawaii.
Yeah.
So I figure what grows at plant of Hawaii will probably grow where I am.
Yeah.
And I plan to use them for some stuff.
Cool.
But I'm interested in growing food and experimenting with the ground and the soil and getting my hands dirty.
And how'd you hear about this class?
Brochure.
Brochure.
I'm a friend of John Cayley and Jackie Croft.
Oh, okay.
So I've been up on John's farm for years and years.
That's so awesome. It's really a representation of how the natural farming community works. So Jackie and John, they run their own natural farming classes. And so for them to market this just shows that it's really just trying to get the word out, and there's a group of people out there that really could care less.
This information is not proprietary.
Yeah, exactly. And they recognize that, and I recognize that as well. And there's many people that would disagree.
John's a pretty busy guy, and I've been pretty busy too, so we don't get together often enough. I thought, instead of trying to grab him and make him sit down and talk to me mano a mano, I'd come to a class.
And you better slate 5 hours for that anyway, right?
To talk more intelligently with him about it later.
Cool. And know that John and I butt heads on the science side. He loves the attitude of get out there and do it, don't go to school and this and that, but we are really close. And so it's kind of like that yin and yang, but we have the same goal. And we kind of joke back and forth. I joke about his lack of collegiate knowledge, and he jokes with me about the fact that I have very few field experience.
Clean fingernails.
Right. I come in looking all right. So great relationship with them.
I'm split down the center there because my background is scientific.
Good.
And I like to see the analysis of things and know why it's happening other than just the miracle of nature.
Yay! Good. We have
there's a reason for things.
A methodology in your thought. I appreciate that. Cool. Next.
Yes, I'm Florine Becklin. I go by Ku'ule.
Mm-hmm.
No, that's not even.
Are you Gus's wife?
Yes, I am.
Where is he?
And I wanted to tell you that you decided to drop your class.
Oh, he did? Okay.
Yeah. It's just not what he was looking for.
Oh, okay.
It's kind of over his head. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. I was just worried because he didn't come.
I know. I said, call him, communicate. But anyway, he, told me that I should at least take the class so that I have a better understanding of how everything works.
Yeah, sure.
Although we've made, IMO and all.
And he took the class already.
Yes.
Yeah, so her husband already.
Yeah, so that's why I'm here.
Perfect. So he didn't want to tell you how to do it or tell you wrong, and so he said,
Yes.
"Come on out here." And okay,
yes.
cool. How'd you hear about the classes from him?
From him, yes. And he loves the classes. He's doing what he learned. So it's all good, and we're into natural farming.
Cool. And tell him a little bit about your land and your citrus and all that good stuff.
Yeah, well, we got we bought a farm, and we've got over 200 citrus trees. They're Tahitian lime, and we're trying to revive them because they were neglected.
Where's the land?
It's in Kapoho.
Noni Farms Road.
Noni Farm. So, and then my brother-in-law does the Noni on the other side. We're mainly focusing on the limes.
Yes.
And I'm into growing my own vegetables, so that's why also why I'm here. Yes.
Yeah, I've been out to their farm and checked it out and observed before you guys got there some serious neglect, and he's doing a really good job of trying to bounce the trees back with natural farming methodology. So very active in getting his farm back to where it should be. Next.
Well, I'm semi-retired.
What's your name?
My name is Charlotte.
Okay.
I have a 1 acre lot up in Even Rock. And I had the lot for about 10 years, but it just laid there. I didn't do anything. Now that I'm semi-retired, I want to do things. I want to get in there and do things.
Semi-retired, what does that mean?
I still work part-time.
Yeah.
And anyway, where I'm at, where the lot is, there's just one. So I did all that I could do to try and make things grow, and that was pulling in the mulch from the country.
Green waste,
Yeah. And things are growing, but you know, I don't have the understanding of it. I want to know why and how, what makes it tick, what makes it all come together. You know, without knowing anything, I think I consider things pretty successful. Whatever I plant, I have a green thumb.
Okay.
You know, so it just needs to know why.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. That's good. And how'd you hear about this class?
I've been trying to get into one of the classes for the longest, but it was always too full.
Okay.
And then I met you at the
Farmers market.
right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. So you got promoted to and flyered to. She's taking my other business plan development class. And are you taking the soils one too today? Okay, cool. So she's taking all the classes right now. It's quite a commitment. 4 classes a week. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Total, you're doing 16 hours a week for 10 weeks. That's pretty good. You're next.
Yeah, I'm David,
Uh-huh.
and I'm doing 16 hours.
All right.
I live in Hilo, up above 1,300 feet up on Louisville Road. Have 20 acres. We just moved here in June, and I am a musician and orchestra conductor, and I'm winding down my official career as a conductor. So for the next 2.5 years, I'll be traveling back to Massachusetts 7 times a year. So I'm trying to use this time to learn everything, because I'm sort of like you. I'm in the middle of the road there. There's a certain amount of magic I want to know and experience, but I would like to know that, you know, there's a good chance that the magic's going to work. So, and I've been exposed to reading about Korean natural farming since last summer.
Because of Hawaii?
Yeah, we came out here and visited, looking, and I heard something about Korean natural farming, so I checked out. I went over to John's, and he showed me around, showed me what they did, and I've been back out there and made some line a week ago, 2 weeks ago. So some animal tree. So I'm excited to learn.
Cool. How did you originally hear about the classes?
Your class, I saw the flyer was up on the. It was somewhere. Can't remember.
Can't remember where.
And I saw, and then I met you at the Hilo Farmers.
So that was a good idea. I hadn't done that before.
Yeah.
I'm thinking about my marketing for the next rounds of classes.
You got to do the Barker thing though. Like the
It really helps. Yeah. Standing up there and just.
Lighting,
Okay, good.
I also got your flyer at the Maku'u market.
Good.
Give it a
Yeah, I wondered if they had enough left and stuff. So Paula over there helps me out. I've done a pretty good job of networking with the right people, and for very limited marketing on my end, I let a lot of people do the legwork for me, just because they have the connections and stuff, and it's just easier to do it that way to try to do it yourself. So glad everybody made it. We're gonna get into the natural farming stuff today, and I'm gonna dispel some myths and try to cause some more in-depth scientific type questions. Okay. I typically will provide to you in almost all my classes a printout with notes on the side, and I didn't get it to you for this class, guys. Sorry. All my classes started this week, and I got 6 out of 7, so I think that was pretty good. Sorry about that. But actually, the information today is, I think the curriculum today would be more appropriate for you to take notes on each slide, just so you really get down the information. The best way to learn stuff is to write it down and read it as you're writing it. Don't just write it. Okay. So go ahead and write down everything you see, but at the same time, I have this this attitude about notes that if it distracts you from what I'm saying, then don't do it and just focus on what I'm trying to say. And especially if you're attending the next class, write down the biology stuff here, but if you see anything about recipes or the actual amendments themselves, don't worry about it. We're going to go through that on the next class, and you'll have a pretty good understanding. But for now, let's talk about what we see here. What do we see?
Dog.
That's Bob.
Pile.
That's Bob the dog. He's my farming partner. He just turned 9, and he loves it when I make anything in natural farming because it usually has quite a enticing smell or odor or flavor that he digs. So it's very, very difficult for me to do natural farming without him being right by my side. Behind that, we have some IMO 4. It's actually about halfway through IMO 3 into IMO 4. If I say that statement, does everybody in the room know what I'm talking about?
No.
Yes? No?
More or less.
More or less? Not at all?
Yes.
Kind of. Okay, yes. Okay, good. Good. So I'll explain what IMO 1, 2, 3, or 4 is much, much later. But this is an example of doing natural farming at pushing commercial size level production. So this much IMO 4 right here could cover up to 10 acres of inoculation. So when I talk about the amendments and stuff, just please have the understanding that it takes a lot of effort and time to get into the amendment processing and all that stuff, but it saves you time, effort, and money on the long end. So basically where you're trading time at work or time invested working in the past, your cash dollars now, versus time right now to process the materials, and reducing your farm input costs by 60 to 80%, okay? Well, we got a kind of a slogan we use around here in Hawaii: local is best, use what get, and that is kind of counterintuitive, or, well, it's against what a lot of people would define as natural farming, okay? Some people feel that natural farming is a set of regimented methodologies and specific materials. Some would argue that that's not appropriate and that there is room for sourcing out locally available materials. So, that being said, in Hawaii there is a very large movement to try to do natural farming with materials that are specifically from here. And that's really how it was originally defined 20, 30 years ago. Come on in. Have a seat. We just started. Ilana?
Yes.
Awesome. Glad you came. So you're in DCBS.
Yes.
And how long you been there?
I just finished my first year.
Just finished your first year? Okay. I'm in there too.
Oh, really?
Give me a sign. This is a survey for the end of class. This is the certificate showing you already completed. Look at that. You're ahead of the game. And we just talked a little bit about our exposure to natural farming and all that stuff. For the most part, most people in the room have a little bit of understanding, and I also detailed the fact that this class is definitely not about production. It's definitely about understanding why you use the materials. It's very lecture and science heavy, okay? So be prepared to take notes, and here we go. Here's some examples of uses with natural farming in Hawaii. I was just kind of explaining that we tend to encourage, I say we, people that are Hawaiian natural farmers tend to encourage or at least appreciate the fact that we're trying to source materials that are locally available, okay? So we have IMO 3 up here, an example of IMO 3, which is basically one stage of the IMO 4 process. Some people that doesn't make any sense at all. For those that do, this is the starch carbohydrate phase, and we'll get to that if it doesn't make sense. This is an example of a natural farming piggery. Kang is writing a curriculum for teaching natural farming for the school here. She's very, very active in all aspects of natural farming, aspects being livestock and agricultural amendment. Okay, so there's really two sides to natural farming, and they're really all part of the same system. In order to be totally sustainable and doing natural farming totally correctly, you need to have livestock involved. Why? Because no matter what anybody tells you, you need nutrient sources for your plants. The microorganisms can help access and open up these nutrients in your soil, but you're going to have to find a nitrogen source, especially a phosphorus source here in Hawaii. And so that's where the livestock come into play, either using manures or their waste products in their processing. So we use bones and we use all kinds of things with the pigs and the chickens and cows and stuff. So this is an example of a natural farming piggery, which we're going to learn about in 4 weeks. And here is the schedule for the rest of the natural farming classes. We'll go over swine production. The reason why we have a natural farming swine production is that traditionally swine production in Hawaii needed to have a cement floor and a specific waste management system. And over the course of the last 5 years, Michael DuPont and several other individuals have been able to get EPA to accept a system like this, which actually has no smells, no flies, a 100% sustainable waste management system, and not to mention it also uses a plastic liner and not a cement slab, which brings down the cost drastically, okay? So we'll talk a little bit about that, just its usage in livestock. Here's an example of a taro farmer over in Waianae, over on Oahu. Luis, he's he's a short Filipino guy, but those are some pretty impressive taro that he's got over there. And he does all kinds of taro production for all different varieties. These are just a specific variety. Yeah, they grow a little bit big, but he uses strictly natural farming, and his cost of production, use of water over in Waianae is super, super important in that it's very, very dry. They're accessing their water from the other side of the mountains, and so water is very, very expensive. So he uses these microorganisms and large taro to shade and use and retain water essentially on his land, and then he'll change the water dynamics of the soil using microorganisms, and that's definitely a part of natural farming. Like I said, we have the pigs. We do chickens as well. On the list we have a chicken day where we're going to talk about chicken production, and what I'm going to do that day is give you a lecture on the Hubble Bubble system, which has been designed here in Hawaii with Michael DuPont and Michael Hubble, and I'll give you the plans on how to build one, some pictures and examples, and then and basically a lecture on the inoculation of the area and how to use IMO4s for the inoculation. Now, this class used to be a class where we would all get in a truck or something and go off and build one of those chicken coops. I couldn't find anybody to put up the $300 for the chicken coop for this program, so it's more of like an exposure to the plans and the system itself. And then I encourage you to go out and chase down Michael DuPont, get a hold of Michael Hubble, and then if you need a system built or need any kind of advice with that, getting a hold of the professionals and the guys that set it up. But this is definitely an introduction to the system. It didn't go as well as we thought it would be when we're building the system. It ended up being a lot of people watching and not wanting to get in there and start hammering and nailing, and the actual chicken coop took way too long to build. We were hoping people would be more involved in wanting to build it, but they were a little bit more hesitant and hands-off. So we decided not to build one, and we're just going to go over the plans. And then, of course, the swine production, we're going to do the plans as well in a lecture, and then we are going to go up and visit Kank's farm and visit a natural farming piggery and see truly how effective it is and odor-free and all that good stuff. So here's an example of IMO1, and at the end of this, guys, if you you remind me, I have a box of IMO 1 in the back that I'm going to check out and I might use for class next week, but it might go bad. So if you want to see it, just remind me at the end of class, hey, can we go see the IMO? I'm going to walk back there anyway, and I'll peel it back and we'll just take a look at it. But this is the first step of the IMO 4 process. Well, let's go ahead and define natural farming first. This is my definition. This is an agriculture technique that replicates naturally occurring biological processes. Biological processes being like decomposition, translocation, which is taking minerals from one source to another. And so it's really replicating biological processes and incorporating them within the farm system. So biological processes are all those systems that are going on out there in nature, in the forest, naturally balanced systems, and we're trying to replicate that level of decomposition, microbial presence, and all that good stuff right there in the agricultural field. And that's the goal of natural farming. First, I'm going to introduce natural farming. It's kind of run down what I'm going to talk about for a little bit. Introduce natural farming and talk about the lifestyle of a natural farmer. In that, we'll get to it. Indigenous microorganisms, what they mean. What are the functions of indigenous microorganisms? And the benefits of using natural farming system, as well as the biodiversity and the benefits of increasing your biodiversity. Possible negative effects of natural farming, and my favorite myths about natural farming. Okay. We'll also talk about those natural biological processes that I just mentioned. Which natural processes am I trying to replicate as a natural farmer? Why are they being replicated? Why do I choose those specific systems to replicate? And what effect will these processes have on the growth and development of plants and on my soil? Also, the materials, we'll go over quickly the materials. I'm going to show you pictures of the materials, maybe some pictures of me processing them. I'm not going to give you a recipe list, but I want to expose you to a few of the items that we're going to talk about next week and ones that are used. Okay? Those are basically one of two categories. They're either fermented plant-based materials coming from agriculture byproducts or weeds or just plant-based cellulose, right? And then we have the animal-based, which is going to be chitin, animals made of chitin, right? It's going to be chitin-based formulas, okay? And then why do we use these materials? Very briefly. Well, what are the goals of a natural farmer? I usually have a rule with my slides. I don't put more than 25 words on a slide, but this was a nice one. I thought I'd keep it all together. First goal of a natural farmer, to naturally increase beneficial biological populations. Well, what are biological populations?
Soil bacteria, aerobic bacteria.
Anything that's alive.
Yeah, fungi.
Anything. Insects, birds, animals, whatever. Increase the beneficial biological populations. Getting life into the area. Mineralization of parent materials. Parent materials are one of two things, and you'll learn about that in tonight's class, if you show up. 1, rocks. 2, organic material. Those two things are what make up soil. That's what soil is made of. Just those two things put together in different combinations makes different kinds of soils. Let them get weathered and broken down over different periods of time, they become different soils. Either way, it's the same two ingredients. Rocks, organic material. Mineralization of parent materials. What is mineralization? It's the eroding or breaking down of one of those two things. Either breaking down chemically or physically. Chewing it up, chopping it down, or maybe like a microorganism oozing an enzyme onto a cell and letting that enzyme chemically change something so that nutrients then can be released and they can absorb them. Okay, so we're trying to naturally increase beneficial biological populations that mineralize parent materials. So we're trying to create nutrients that are already available. Not typically, but already available. We're trying to open up the doors, the floodgates of nutrients that are not currently available to plants. Everybody got that? And plant available soil nutrients. Everybody got what I said there? Lots of life trying to chisel away at certain materials to open up the doors and let these nutrients out of the cells or the molecules in which they're leaching. Okay? So insects chew on a leaf, they're chewing up cells, right? Breaking down cells. Microorganisms, when they get access to these cells, they start breaking down molecules, right? So that's what the difference is. There's the larger organic material or rocks, and then there's the molecular level of breaking down. Changing something from one form of nitrogen, which plants cannot take up. It's really useless to them. And then having a microorganism change that form of nitrogen into a different form of nitrogen, which plants can use, take up, and access. You're trying to increase that, right? A goal of a natural farmer is definitely to eliminate the purchase or use of imported materials, whether they're natural or processed. Really just eliminating the purchasing of chicken manure or something like that. Totally natural product, but yet if it comes from Colorado and put it in a plastic bag, how sustainable is that really? So we're trying to eliminate the purchase of any imported materials for economic and ecological reasons. One thing, cut your cost for your amendments. If you make your own amendments and it costs you 1/8 or 1/5 of the cost to do that and a couple hours of your time, that's what we're talking about. Not only that, but microbes love the stuff you make at home a lot better than the stuff you buy at the store. A goal of a natural farmer is to consciously exchange time, and for the rest of you and I, really, time is money, right? Exchanging time spent processing the materials and incorporating practices for time saved by not purchasing and importing materials. So a goal really is to not bust your butt selling papayas to make money to buy amendments. You spend that time busting your butt making amendments, and now you have lower your cost, and you don't have to sell as many papayas, and you're in the same level of profit, right? Don't turn your profit into amendments, put it in the ground. Skip over the middleman, just make the amendments from the stuff you have, put it in the ground. A goal of a natural farmer is to definitely not participate in modern conventional farming system in an effort to provide product alternatives to customers. This is a marketing side of natural farming. You're giving your customers an alternative to even organic, certified organic. You're giving them even a better option in that a lot of chemicals that certified organic farmers use are pretty bad stuff, man. And they say it's organic because it comes from a natural source. Something like rock phosphate is an organic amendment. It's literally rock that is dug out of the ground using fossil fuels and fracking to break up the material, and then mine it out, put it on the back of a truck, put it on a train, get it to a facility, you bag it using awful lot of fossil fuels to then put it on another train, to put it on a boat, to have it shipped over to Hawaii, and then hauled over here at an expensive cost on a truck to your farm, and then put it in the ground. How is that organic? The people in Wyoming that had their rock phosphate taken out of their ground downriver, do they feel it's as natural as you do? Okay, so that's What I'm talking about is really just not even participating in all that. Don't even play that game. It's not even an option for you. The only option you have is making what you got on the farm. And it makes more sense because the microorganisms and the biology that's on your farm is not used to a lot of the chemistry that comes from imported materials. If you use stuff that's a little bit nicer, a little bit kinder to the microorganism set, then you'll have a much better biological process going on all the time. Consider the health and the wellness of your customer, the environment, and the community in every single decision you make. This can be counterproductive on profit if you are not marketing correctly or pricing correctly. If you're not pricing your product based on the amount of effort that you put into making it a good, safe, healthy product, then you're doing it wrong. It's from a business side, you gotta think of it that way. But consider the health and the wellness of your customer when you take a coffee tree and graft it. I mean, thinking like that. Thinking about the health and the wellness of your neighbor when you plant your coffee tree in the ground. That's a natural farmer. That's a person that is going to consider those three factors before they lift a finger and how it affects others and themselves and especially their customers. People that are spraying chemical fertilizers, this does not occur to them. They're thinking of dollar, dollar, dollar. You can think about dollar, 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 just price your product based upon the effort and to which it takes to make that. And everybody else who makes a product other than agriculture does just that. The Shelby Cobra is $175,000. Why? Because they make it piece by piece, one at a time, and they make sure it's all put together correctly in a team, and then they send it off, it's all put together, and then they start on the next one. There's a reason why the price of a Shelby Cobra is so much. Because the level of quality. As long as you price your product based upon your level of quality, you're all good. So, consider the health of the environment, your community, in every decision, and actively attempt to restore trust and environmental stewardship in the farming community through education. Farmers tend to get a bad rap nowadays. GMO this and chemical that. Unless you're an organic farmer, and then you're treated as this wonderful, wonderful contributor to the movement. But yet, like I said, if you're using rock phosphate, do you deserve that type of recognition? I don't know. But what you do need to do as a natural farmer is get out there in the community and start talking about why you use these amendments and that kind of thing. Not only that, but you can't avoid it. If you're a natural farmer who's a total secluded individual, you're a Unabomber type, you don't talk to anybody, but you're doing natural farming, chances are, at some point, somebody's going to come knocking. Hey, I heard you're doing this. Do you want to talk about it? Do you want to tell me about it? I'm interested. You can't avoid it. If you're in natural farming, the discussion and the conversation start, and you become a part of the community without even realizing. So, once you realize that it's more about a community effort and changing the attitudes towards agriculture, then you become more participatory in these programs, like going to the Hawaiian Natural Farmers meetings on the second Tuesday of every month at the Alpuni Center. A lot of people go to these meetings and then they stop going. And the issue there is they say that you start talking about the same things and they stop learning new things at these meetings. It's because people stop going and they have to start over from the beginning. You imagine having a group of people for weeks on end that you start getting really deep into a subject about natural farming and the benefits of these specific things. People stop coming, but new people start coming in, and then you got to start over and people asking you, what's IMO for? And you're like, I just spent 8 weeks telling people what it is, but it's just a new group of people, and there's an issue there where people are not being educated beyond the introductory level, and we hope to change that here at ECC. So stay involved, continue learning how to do natural farming. Don't just think if you learn how to make lactic acid bacteria, fermented plant juices, and IMO4, then you know how to do natural farming. No, keep learning, keep learning, keep learning. Okay?
The second Tuesday, is that ongoing now?
Yeah, if you go to naturalfarmersofhawaii.com, or if you Google it.
There's a Facebook page,
Yeah.
Hawaii Natural Farming.
And Drake runs it. Drake Weiner runs that program. And if you just Google natural farming Hawaii, it's really the first thing that comes up. And then they have a calendar on the right side, and they'll tell you any of the events that are coming up. And then
This website was busted for most of last week, but it's up again.
He's a web developer and an app creator, so he was probably doing something cool to it.
The odorless chickens and odorless pigs are still down as of yesterday.
Okay? Everybody understand the goals of a natural farmer? Notice that nowhere up here does it mention profitability and all that stuff. That comes with, like I said, price and market. If more people get involved in natural farming, and then we have a product out there that hits KTA stores that is a certified natural farmed product, can you imagine the effect of that? Imagine having an option other than conventional or organic.
Looks like that. Is there a move to create that, the certification program?
Yes, because right now we just started a certification of education. So we're putting it so that every teacher is teaching the same thing. And then that way we have a standardized, at least, instruction. Then the people that learn afterwards are all learning on a standard. We are then going to do a standard of methods. We're going to write a manual for standard of methods. And then after that we can get into the certifying, having members and all that stuff. This is 5, 10, 15 years down the line, but I'm saying in 15 years we're going to have a certified naturally farmed product. It will happen. It might only be in Hawaii, but either way we'll have it. So imagine the benefit of something like that. A lot of people, you cut your costs from 60% and then you raise it because it's a natural farming value. You can maybe make twice as much as organic because your costs are so low. So consider that, and consider even if you don't participate in natural farming itself, you're out there making it, go to the meetings, support the thing. If there's anything like a vote or a petition out there, be sure that you're not only signing it, but you're actually putting people in front of that and being active in the community, okay? Or don't do that at all, it's up to you. I'm just saying, the program really needs the help, right? And it's becoming very, very popular to the point where when I do the farmer's market and I put this natural farming thing done, there's a reason why I have the natural farming one in the middle, is because it's the first one everybody sees and it actually draws people over to my table. And then I go, hey, you want to learn about business? And they're like, I don't know about that. But they do the natural farming one. They're very, very interested in it.
Consumers are becoming wary of the organic label.
Good. They should.
Well,
They should.
and also there's no difference between ultimately organic and conventional in terms of sustainability. Because
Yeah.
peak oil, peak phosphate are going to hit organic just as bad or worse.
Yep.
It's silly distinction.
If you're getting fish emulsion from an unsafe source, how is that contributing to the issues with fisheries and all that stuff, and overfishing and all that? It goes so much into that, you know. Knowing where you get all of your materials from is the goal. So natural farming, by definition, and this is my 3 definitions, or 4 definitions, 3. By my definition, natural farming exclusively utilizes site-specific, cultured, indigenous microorganisms and locally available plant and available base materials. Let's go through that real one piece by piece. Site-specific, meaning microorganisms that are from the immediate environment under which you're going to grow. So if this is your plot of land right here, you're going to grab microorganisms from no more than maybe 50 feet from this area, if not right from this spot. And those are the microorganisms that you're going to use and culture. Culture meaning taking from the environment and putting it somewhere else. Allowing it to exist in another environment so that I can utilize it or study it or whatever.
Yeah, so the question I have is that I'm reading a lot of people are like going up into the mountains
Mhm.
and finding stuff and bringing it back to their farm.
Right.
So that's the idea. They're getting stronger
Yes.
sources of microorganisms.
Yes, that is a technique that is used in natural farming. Okay, in some forms of natural farming, people will do that. The issue I have with that is if you do not have Phytophthora on your farm and you culture from your area, you're not going to get Phytophthora on your plants because there isn't any there to begin with. If you're going up into a forested mango area and that mango has Phytophthora on the roots and you don't know because it's so deep rooted into the center of the tree that it won't even show presence for 4 or 5 years, you just could be culturing and putting down. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad idea to do what you're suggesting. I actually do that from time to time. What I do is I'll make IMO2 in different areas and then mix my IMO2s together. But typically I'll just make different IMO2s from my farm, from the whole farm, and then bring all those pieces together and then using it in that one specific spot. So you can make an IMO2 from a collective of microorganisms from your whole farm. Even if it's like 20 acres, you go in acres and acres away, that's fine. Because you know your land, you know the health of your trees. There's an understanding that these microorganisms have adapted to this environment over, we really don't know how long. I have to make a disclaimer in that I do not agree with natural farming's term indigenous microorganisms, because who is to say what is indigenous in Hawaii, especially when it comes to microorganisms. So if I have a plant in Thailand and a nursery, and I have the soil, and it's in soilless, say even soilless, because you can't ship over soil from Thailand. You got a soilless plant, roots are all wrapped up, you put it in the mail, you send it over, and there's microorganisms all around the roots of that plant, right? I put it in the soil, and plant my tree, and that microorganism is now inoculated into the soil. That microorganism then is cultured in my IMO pile, and who's to say that it's not from here. So the term indigenous microorganisms at this phase of Hawaii's agricultural presence is, you can't say what was from here or not. I would just say site-specific, site-specific microorganisms is probably a better term than indigenous microorganisms. But either way, you want to have the cultured ones that many microorganisms cannot exist outside of a plant. Just like in your gut or inside your body, you have many, many microorganisms in there that if I was to say, take a swab down your stomach, pull the swab out of the environment in which the microorganisms exist, they're going to die right away. Oxygen will kill 99% of the microorganisms in your gut because they're in an anaerobic condition. They do not like air. They do not like oxygen. So if you were to swab them out and bring them into the environment, the oxygen might be too much, just enough to kill them. So that's what I'm saying is cultured. Can you take a microorganism from a leaf surface and take it out of that leaf surface and have it exist still? Those are the microorganisms that we deal with. About 1% of the microorganisms that we know about are culturable. 99% of the microorganisms out there you cannot take out of their immediate environment or change their condition in any way, otherwise they die off and are not able to culture them. Culturing, as far as studying microorganisms, has stopped as of about 8 or 9 years ago, at least at the decent universities, because DNA analysis has allowed us to be able to synthesize the DNA of those microorganisms that are inside those environments. So now we can observe microorganisms that are in the guts of worms or something like that, where we couldn't before, because if we ever went in there and tried to get them out, they would die. Now we keep them in there and study them that way, in their environment. The cultured indigenous microorganisms, the reason why I culture them is because I need to put this mass, this huge collection of microorganisms, all different species, some of them good, some of them bad. I need to be able to move them from one area and put them through different conditions in an attempt to kill off any pathogens that may exist in that group, and also encourage the growth of microorganisms that can withstand heavy environmental changes, changes in water, changes in pH, basically the superheroes, super dogs, the Hulksters of the microorganism environment. These are the ones we're trying to get to, okay? So to begin with, I have to be able to pull them out of the environment, and they have to withstand many, many different condition changes, including anaerobic conditions, meaning no air, alcohol, high levels of alcohol and fermentation, high levels of heat, and those types of things will generally kill off pathogens, and that's a goal of that system. So, cultured indigenous microorganisms and locally available plant animal-based products. Natural farming is applicable in every environment. I know people that are doing it in Alaska, and I know people that are doing it in Costa Rica and the Philippines, and here in California and Washington, and New York State, Canada. They're doing it in Europe and Italy, Africa. They're doing it in the Sahara Desert. They're doing it in the Gobi, guys. Okay? So it can be done in every environment. All materials, at least from a Hawaiian standpoint, all materials can and should be obtained within the Apukua, meaning from mountain to Mackay, we need to travel no further than maybe 5 miles. I used to say about as far as an ancient Hawaiian would walk to get something he needed for his farm, probably 4 or 5 miles in the jungle, about as far as he's going to go that day. So I'd say maybe just about that far. Don't travel too much farther than that. If you need fish, go find out somebody who's got a boat that's in your town and get his fish guts from him. Or if you live in Hilo, just go to Suisan, which you can't do anymore because they are now selling their materials to a company. So you either have to pay for it, or he's, what's his name over there?
Todd.
Forgot his name. The fish guy. Anyway, you gotta call him up. Kyle. You gotta call him up, and he might be nice enough to let you take some for the day. But either way, don't travel too far, and get your materials from your farm if you can. Right there on your farm. If you need plant materials, use weeds. You have plenty of them. Everybody does. If you need some sort of animal material or waste, hopefully you have that animal on the farm. If not, maybe your neighbors do, and they would be willing to trade labor, maybe learning how to make them IMO. I'll teach you how to make IMO, but you gotta give me some horse manure. How's that sound? Or being able to work with your environment in finding and accessing those materials, okay?
I read that in this search for materials, should always look Maka instead of Makai, not to bring things in from lower elevation.
That is totally true. If you can get it from higher, then you're better off. But then again, that's kind of applicable to only certain things. The milk I get for LAB, it's really irrelevant where it comes from. The sugar, it's really irrelevant where it comes from.
Why is not the way to
Usually you're going to have a lot less pest issues. So microorganisms, pathogens generally don't exist as well at higher elevations, but it has nothing to do with the elevation. It has to do with the temperature and moisture regime. Temperature changes and moisture regime. And you get a whole lot of rain all the time, pathogens really can't withstand that as much as a periodic rain. They have a chance to do their life cycle, which is reproduction and then resting and waiting for environmental change. Okay, it's not just a technique, but a lifestyle. Definitely a lifestyle. What does that mean? A lifestyle. Remember, I said you want to consider in every decision you make on the farm how it impacts your environment, your future. Think about the 7th generation attitude, guys, like the American Indian attitude of, if what I do right now today, how is that going to affect 7 generations from now? Practice what you preach. Got a lot of people that talk a mean game, and then when I go and visit their farm and I go poking around what they got, and they have sulfur spray and this and that. Oh, I only use that sometimes. Okay, either it's all in or not. Because if you spend all your days trying to build your biological presence, and then if you get a nasty fungus on your citrus and you go out and spray sulfur, all that dripping, everything, you just clean the slate, and now what? What we needed to do was come up with a biological solution to the problem. Okay? Education. Natural farming comes with education. You cannot avoid it. I already mentioned that. You can't avoid the fact that people are going to ask you about it if you mention those words. Even the fact of what is natural farming. Or people, when they hear natural farming, think organic farming. And then you can see that if they don't know what you're talking about and you mention it, they go, oh yeah, that. It's like, no, you don't understand. It's a little bit deeper than what you're thinking. It's not just organic, natural like farming versus chemicals. That's why I hate the term natural farming. I wish it was called something else. Adaptive farming. I would say something that is more, gives it more of a better name. But I'm going with what the community chose before I showed up. I didn't invent this thing, so I'm just using what they use. Community involvement and activism go hand in hand with doing natural farming. Maybe not out there picketing or anything, but being part of the discussion is definitely something encouraged and very prevalent in the natural farming system. Right, site-specific cultured indigenous microorganisms. What? We're talking about fungi. We're talking about bacteria. We're talking about archaea, which used to be in the bacteria family or order, but is no longer. And protists, which are sometimes one-cellular or multicellular microorganisms like amoeba and that kind of thing. Protozoa, yeah? And then of course there's viruses as well in there. And I have a little asterisk right there because I'm not going to say anything about viruses today for one reason. As a scientist, I understand that we know so little about viruses other than human viruses. We are so clueless about this field of study. Okay? And it really wasn't until DNA analysis came around so we can run DNA analysis on viruses themselves and how they have associations with their host. We're just now getting to the point where we might consider understanding about 1% of viruses. We're way off. So, when I'm culturing microorganisms from the environment, there is a chance that I am collecting a vector, an item, either a material or a live thing, an insect or a nematode, that might have a virus within and it can vector it into my field. But I haven't heard of anybody dealing with this issue in natural farming yet. And I have not heard of, essentially, I haven't heard with the passing of viruses being mentioned in association with natural farming. And that's mainly because we don't even have studies out there that show if you went and got your mulch from the city, if you're passing viruses. We don't have that much understanding yet. So I'm not going to mention it at all. Just know that it's probably a risk. But as a scientist, I can't go any deeper.
Are viruses always bad?
We don't know.
Okay.
We don't know. From what we know right now, all viruses affect their host in some way. We don't know. We do know that if I infect a plant with certain viruses, that it causes systemic acquired resistance. And what that means is it causes a defense reaction within a plant to heighten its defenses. It doesn't really have like an immune system, but more of heightening its defenses so the end of its days because it got inoculated. And we have the same concept in our vaccinations. It's really the same kind of thing. So we do know that that does exist, but we don't know, we don't know if things like, does the plant try to get infected with these viruses? In some way, do they make phytochemicals that would attract an aphid, which might vector this, or what have you? We don't know that much about it. We do know that recently, in a study I just read, that plants are using their mycorrhizal associations to communicate with each other. It's a really cool stuff. Did you read that?
Yeah.
So it's like the plants aren't talking to each other, but the fungi that's attached to the roots here and attached to the roots here, those guys are talking.
And across species.
Across species. Really cool study. It was a very, very long study. But anyway, I'm trailing on. Well, these site-specific cultured indigenous microorganisms are certainly adapted to the immediate microclimate or microenvironment. That's microclimate typically would be considered of an area about an acre or a half acre. Microenvironment can be as small as 1 nanometer. We're talking down to the molecular level in soil, and it really branches all the way across that whole spectrum. Okay, there are microorganisms that are specifically adapted to that region, and then those then are adapted to this spot, this rock, this type of paramaterial, this depth of the soil, and when it rains. That type of thing. Okay? Question? Naturally present in biological processes. In decomposition of leaves. These guys are a big player. These are the ones that I'm focusing on. The saprophytes. These are going to be microorganisms that break down dead material. And we'll get pretty heavy into that on the soils or the science class. But essentially, all of those biological processes, what I'm going to talk about later, microorganisms and microorganisms from the immediate environment generally are the major players, or the major factors in these processes. And can be cultured, like I said, taken from the environment and altered and still exist after going through a gauntlet of conditions. What are some of the benefits of natural farming? Okay, this is kind of, it's really like most natural farming classes, they do this one and then they stop. So I'm going to go into a few more that you may not be considering. Okay, they all say that it increases biodiversity. Biodiversity. Somebody want to give me a definition of biodiversity?
Diversity of biota in a particular flock.
Yep. So biodiversity would be the different types and species and numbers of species in an environment. So increasing life. It's a benefit of natural farming. We're going to increase life definitely in the soil environment. Also on plant surfaces, on the cutin layer of the plant, and also on their root surfaces. So don't forget about root surfaces. Okay. And when it comes to microbial presence, almost all of the microbes that are on a plant, not in it, on a plant are on the roots. It's a very, very rough environment on the outside of a plant. Waxy cutin layers, you have trichomes, you have water or structure morphology that makes water travel down the plant a certain way. So it's a very, very difficult environment, harsh condition, where the soil and the roots don't have such a waxy layer. It's actually a permeable layer. There's access to in and out of the cells of the plant. There's a lot more water present and a lot more biodiversity, which means that they can find a niche to exist in much easier. Inside plants, like we have microorganisms in our cells, right? We have microorganisms in our eyelids and in our eyelashes. We have nematodes everywhere. But most prevalent around the mucous membranes. We have just mites galore everywhere. But when we're talking about microorganisms, what do they say, that there's more cells on your body than in your body? There's more cells of microbes that are on or in your body than of your body itself. Okay? Just like us, plants have microorganisms that exist within their structures, within the roots, within the water column, where the water transfers in and out of the stem, on the stomata, which are the holes on the bottom of leaves where plants used to exhale and inhale. Of course, they don't really inhale that much. It's more just an exhale. But they are prevalent on the inside of plants, and these are called endophytic. Endo meaning what? Phytic meaning what? Plant. Yes. Phytic. So, endophytic on the inside. And of course there are, what were these? Exophytic. Very good, very good. We learned Latin many years ago. So, endophytic microorganisms is a very, very new field of study that microbiologists are pioneering right now. And that's because, like I said, DNA analysis has allowed us to finally be able to look at these guys, not take them out of the plant and study them. We can study them on the inside of the structures of the plant where they naturally exist. We're also looking at how these associations between these endophytic fungi and bacteria, what effects do they have on the plant? How much do the plants want them there? At what level are the plants inoculated in seed? We're finding a lot of endophytic fungi are inside the embryo of the seed because the mother plant put it there, because she knows it's beneficial. Put it in the seed so that the plant is already inoculated. This is a brand new field of study and very important to natural farming. Okay? There are some microorganisms in the inside of structures of plants that plants will absorb nutrients like iron. They'll absorb iron that they can't even use. They'll absorb it, bring it to a specific area of their structure where a microorganism lives, takes that iron, turns it from iron 2 into iron 3, and then it becomes a new molecule and becomes plant available, and then it's already inside the plant and it just goes right into the system. Okay? We're learning about all these wonderful things. It's a new thing. Balanced system. When we are increasing biological diversity, you're creating a balanced system where not one microorganism can become too prevalent. Ever seen the, has anybody ever been to Japan? So you've never been to the subway in Japan. I was in the subway in Tokyo at about 4:30 on a Friday, and I was the tallest dude in the room. And when you get down to the subway in Tokyo, you get down in the stairs, you go down like this, and this takes 30 minutes, and you get over here and you all paddle to get down to the train, and then once you get up to the train and you go inside, you're packed inside, nobody can breathe, and then they literally will take the last people and push them into the thing, and then the doors close, and then the next line of people come, and if you have to go to the bathroom, might as well just do it in your pants, because you're not getting out, you're not going anywhere, you're stuck there. And that's what a balanced system is with biodiversity. You have so many microorganisms that if one of those guys in the subway station was a bad guy, he couldn't really do much. He might hurt the guys next to him if he starts swinging or punching, but eventually there's going to be a group of people that take up that area and make it so that that dude is just going to wear himself out till he passes out and dies, because there's always this bombardment of new people coming. Same kind of concept in the biological diversity. Having so many microorganisms present that one just can't get hold. Take control, okay? And this is totally different than conventional farming. Conventional farming is kill everything that's there, make sure the microorganisms that I want there stay there, and everything else, insects, nematodes, biological diversity, gone by the wayside, to the point where if you're looking at a microscope at the root structure of a conventionally farmed plant versus a naturally farmed plant, it's like a barren wasteland of microorganisms versus so many microorganisms that if there was a Phytophthora or some sort of bacteria present right next to the root zone, sure, the Phytophthora might even get into the root, but it won't have an effect because it can't get far, because there are other microorganisms that are sourcing the nutrients and resources that microorganism needs to exist. It's all about resources of food. If there is so many microorganisms in an environment, there's only so much food available. And that's kind of the concept we work with, is what foods are available will dictate what microorganisms are present. High levels of soil organic matter increases biological diversity and then makes it harder for those pathogens to exist, because there's just so much biodiversity. Okay?
Can I ask a question
yeah.
about the rhizobial microbes, the ones that penetrate the root, sort of live half in and out, half out?
Okay.
The exchange that goes up. What?
That's a mycorrhizal fungi. Rhizobia will be a bacteria that's on the inside of a root, but we'll get to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the ones that sort of the half in and half
yeah,
out.
we'll talk about that.
Exchange. Okay.
Yeah, we'll get to that, and I'll talk about
What is their category though?
It would be mycorrhizal fungi.
Oh, so it's not Indo or.
It is like an Indo and Ecto. There's some microorganisms that use a haustoria, which is a special structure that it uses to penetrate into the root. And then there's these chemical signals and nutrients being transferred back and forth. And then there are some that just exist on the outside of the root, and they are flush right up against the wall of the root zone. So some go in, and some tap in, and some are just right on the outside. So there's endo and ecto as well for that. Okay? It'd be endomycorrhizal or exomycorrhizal. Okay? This is where a lot of the natural farming classes won't touch on, is the sheer level of economic benefit you get from natural farming. Even if you're not participating in natural farming full-fledged, 100% like I'm talking about, I call it a hobbyist natural farmer. If you're a person that's just making natural farming amendments just to cut your cost, I mean, I don't see anything wrong with that, but don't call yourself a natural farmer. Call yourself an organic farmer or a sustainable farmer, but if you're going to use that term, it's going to indicate to me that you have a certain agenda, right, and a way of doing things. Economic, it's going to lower low or no cost materials, in that things like fermented plant juices, which is an amendment used in natural farming, most of the plants that you're going to use for your plant juices, they better come from your farm and your crop. And then the other ingredient being sugar. Sugar is, if you buy it from HFM or Waihata, the brown sugar is like $45 for a 50-pound bag. That's enough sugar to make enough natural farming amendments to cover 20 acres. So we're talking $50 for 20 acres, and the rest of it is just plants that you get from your farm. So we're talking about a lowering of cost of 60 to 80% is typically where we estimated that. That's also because when you add biodiversity to your soil, there is a huge increase in water retention in your soil, which, if you're irrigating, saves you money in that the soil holds that water. And then if you are not irrigating, the water makes a generally healthier plant, which gives you a better product and less stress and less disease issues. All right? It's going to lower fossil fuel consumption, mainly through shipping and the production of those amendments. If you're not buying chicken manure from the farm in Oregon, having it shipped over here, which a lot of people do, then you're not participating in that shipping. And then the production costs of putting those in the bag and the plastics involved. And using adapted microorganisms. Some people use microbial inoculants that they purchase, like amendments. So people will go out and buy specific mycorrhizae, fungi that they know has association with plants. They'll buy this specific one and put it in their environment and hope and pray that it survives, because it is a live, living thing. If you're not buying those inoculants and you're just pretty much trusting on the ones you have in your environment and making it so that you're putting so many in your environment that there's a fat chance that the one that you would have inoculated wouldn't already be in there, then you're doing it right, okay? So there's the economic benefit. It is 11:24 and I have 2 people that are just falling asleep. So let's take 5 minutes. I'm not going to point at you. 5 minutes, and we'll just take a walk around and we'll get back and we'll go over some more benefits in natural farming systems. Bathrooms are right here, around this corner, and I know there's a ladies' room right here on the left.
James, oh my God, I feel like, what have I been doing?
You've been killing everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what most farmers do.
It's been growing, but I've been killing it.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my
once you get them all
God.
dead, you're dependent on those sources of nutrients
Yeah.
for your plants.
You kill everything off and then you add things that the plants need, which could actually access those things naturally, and you spend the time and effort when nature would do it already. That alone is just your time and effort, doing it wrong. I hate the word wrong. You're doing it differently.
I can't believe
Less efficiency.
I just can't believe it. I mean, well, I didn't know this, but anyway, wow, that's a lot of weeds and stuff you gotta find on your place. So all that stuff that
But
I
not
gotta
really.
cut down.
Not really. For like fermented plant juices, for instance, if I fill a 5-gallon bucket with some weeds, just a 5-gallon bucket, and I put like 4 pounds of sugar in there and let it ferment, that's enough. That's enough. It'll make enough fermented plant juice that'll last me all year. In a 5 or 10-gallon bucket. I mean, you're thinking, I don't want you to think that we're going to take the weeds and chop them up and then just put them somewhere. We know we process them with fermentation. And we make very, very concentrated things that we could put in a jar and it sits on your shelf and then you just go access it like you would any other amendment. So we'll get to that.
Yeah. Ooh. Do you? I would really like to know how to prune and
I tried to write a class on that, but we couldn't. I didn't have time. I really didn't have time because I have to write a curriculum for that, and I have really good literature and plenty of knowledge to do it, and I'm too much of a perfectionist that I want it to be totally exactly correct, and if I can't do it that way, then I don't want to do it at all. So put it on the list on that survey for pruning, and I might.
like when to prune, what to prune, I think we should all learn how to do that because
What I had an idea of was a tropical fruit production class, and about the top 14 fruits, orchard fruits that are grown in Hawaii, and I just spend 4 hours talking about those. When to plant, how to chop, when to harvest, how to prune and all that stuff. Go from guava to orange to banana, and then that way, depending on what crop you're gonna grow, you just take the notes. I can put that together one day.
and air layering or whatever.
Well, okay, so now you're talking about like actual techniques and stuff.
Yeah.
I would actually have I could do an air layering and grafting class. I have the knowledge. Yeah. It's just, you know, having babies and stuff. Gets in the way, so. I mean, there's plenty of people on the island that can do those classes. It's just we don't have anybody knocking on our door going, hey, I want to do a grafting class. And I know plenty of people that know how, but they just don't have the time to do the class.
There's a resident station right there.
Oh my God. Are you gonna touch on the different types of farming, like just a little bit on, like hydroponics or what do you call aquaponics and all this kind of stuff?
No. Go buy an intro to horticulture book from the bookstore at UH.
Oh, okay.
And it'll go over all that stuff. And it'll introduce you to all the different types and stuff. I always tell people, buy as many textbooks as you can. Don't buy these like books that somebody wrote of their idea of what things should be. No. Textbooks with facts in them is really the way to go.
Intro to horticulture.
Yeah, any one of the intro to horticulture books will talk about all the different systems, orchard planting, hydroponics, aquaponics. It'll just be, you know, maybe just a short section on an introduction of what those things are, so that you'll know that aquaponics uses fish, hydroponics doesn't, and those types of things. And what kinds of hydroponic systems are there? There's ones that use pumps, and ones that don't, and ones that use physics, and ones that use, brute force, or fossil fuels to run it, and there's sustainable systems and then there's not. It will just detail all of those. It's a tough egg to crack if you're just trying to introduce yourself to things like that.
Yeah.
And you don't have somebody coaching you along.
Yeah.
I always tell people, before you think you want to find some information, go to the university bookstore and buy a textbook on whatever it is you want to learn about, and you will learn more reading that book than any class you'll ever take. It stinks I forgot my soils book, and I'll bring it next class.
Yeah.
No, that's my methodology book. That's just analysis of soil.
Mm-hmm.
But I have a textbook that I used in my soils class. And it's a really good one, and so I usually tell people to buy that textbook.
What is that?
I don't remember the name of it. It's a weird title, because it's a condensed version of a larger book. So it's like the sections of the benefits of soil, and it's like the sections of the portions of the benefits of soil, something weird like that, where it's like in the title it's an indication that it's a condensed version of another book, and I forgot the name of it. I would just say get the full version, but I'll bring it to the not this soils class, but the next one. Yep.
So have you used the what is it called? Ag Squared software. You know about that?
Ag Squared?
Yeah, I was just looking at that. It's like a system that you subscribe to,
Yeah.
and it controls gives you out for like $300 a year. Maps your farm, keeps track of all production, costs, seeds, income, all that stuff.
It seems like an awful lot. $300
Yeah.
for that.
It's all tax deductible.
Yeah, it's true.
$30 a month.
Yeah.
Oh, less than $30 a month.
I've never heard of it. I encourage anybody to use any tool that helps them.
Yeah, I was really looking at it because that's one of.
It's the issue of, do you spend 25 hours learning this thing and put data entry and all this stuff, only to if you had spent that time writing your own manual, it might be more exact and more appropriate to what you're looking for. You spend half the time going through, oh, I don't need that, or that's not applicable for me, when you can spend that time doing things that are.
Well, they have levels where you can get, and it's like $70 a year, and it's just basic mapping of your farm, input, control, it's like 4 things. And then
well, I can show you how to get a map of your farm for free, an aerial map of your farm for free.
Well, I'm using the Google program now.
We use an NRCS program. It has a lot less clouds.
Oh yeah, okay.
But soils class, I think it's the advanced soils class. We'll get into it.
Is it the soil web survey?
Yeah, the web survey.
Oh, okay.
And you just punch in your address.
Yeah,
but I'll show you how to do it.
I have Hilo, Hydras, Silky Clay Loam.
Yeah, you do. I could have told you that already. All right, I'm gonna run to the bathroom while they're gone, and we'll start up.
I already love my weeds more now.
Yeah. That's the nice thing about this.
You can't get rid of them. You might as well love them.
Well, that's the thing about permaculture. This stuff is really in line with it. But the 3 basic principles are care for the earth, care for people, and return the surplus. And the other ideas are that why spend, in conventional agriculture, we spend all our time trying to kill things that want to grow and try to grow things that want to die. So the concept is if your weeds are growing really strong, then use that life energy to enhance the property. It's a good sign. Weeds tell you something about what your property needs and wants.
Yeah, my weeds are
If you can't grow weeds, you're really in trouble.
Yeah, really. Biodynamics it uses that. They have a whole system of recognizing what soil deficiencies are by what weeds grow where. Using that as you use those weeds in your compost and return that.
I feel like
It's all new stuff for a musician. If you have a problem with your orchestra, I can tell you exactly what to do. But faced with some of these weeds, there's a weed, specific weed to that area up there that has a square stem.
I'm familiar.
It looks like a mint family.
Yeah, well, it's square stem. It's in the mint family.
Yeah.
There's several different kinds on the island. I recognize the square stem, and I don't know what they are.
It grows so fast.
Yeah. Well, if it grows fast, you want to get your permitted plant uses for those to promote fast growth.
Okay. Next benefit of natural farming system, of course, is environmental. In addition to lowering cost or lowering fossil fuel consumption on the other side for economics, environmentally just using less of it, reducing pollution, mainly through nutrient pollution. That is adding fertilizers to an area only to have the majority of those molecules be washed away and out into your water table or into another environment where it wasn't originally intended. From a conventional farming standpoint, the high levels of concentration of the minerals that are in conventional farming amendments, about 99% of the materials that you add to the environment just goes away, gets washed away, and is considered nutrient pollution. Organic has a little bit better retention rate in the soil because most organic amendments are carbon-based, and so they tend to bond to the soil a lot better than if it was petroleum-based or something like that, okay? Or if it's just a salt. By using natural farming, the concentration of the amendments that you're making, the levels of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and all these wonderful nutrients are so low that there's very little chance that any of the materials are going to cause some sort of environmental pollution issue. Mainly because most of them are water soluble, where a lot of organic amendments are not, and conventional amendments are, but the organic ones are not. They have to go, most organic amendments have to go through some sort of biological change so that the nutrients that you're putting down can become plant available. Okay? So if you put down chicken manure, right? Plants can't take up, they can, but they don't take up the ammonia that is in that. They wait until a microorganism gets a hold of that ammonia molecule and turns it to nitrite and then nitrate very quickly, and then it can then take up that nitrate. Okay? So, there isn't a need for that in natural farming because the materials are fermented. So that microbial change happens during the processing of the materials. So that when I make fish amino acid or fish emulsion, it's nitrate in the jar. It doesn't need to be changed from ammonia to nitrate before it's plant available. I have a nitrate-based material. So that's the difference. So there's a far less chance of pollution or runoff. You're using, of course, waste and byproducts. You're using things that would typically be thrown away. And this would, of course, improve soil dynamics, meaning soil retention, preventing erosion. And what goes on there? Microorganisms bond to soil surfaces and make it difficult for weather and rain and condition to affect the soil as compared to if they weren't there. When there's a high level of biodiversity in the soil, those microorganisms really just literally hug onto the soil and hold it in place. And when the rain comes and beats on it and erodes it, it protects the soil. Where if there wasn't a high level of biological diversity and exposed soil surfaces, there's nothing there to protect it from the environment and the rain. It gets hit by the rain droplet, breaks into pieces, becomes an aqueous solution, and gets washed away. So that's the difference, right? So improving soil dynamics, not only that, but making your soil pH balanced, and then that would, of course, cause the plant to be healthier, allow it to take up more nutrients, and then also have a higher defense against pathogens. There's a sociological benefit. It's called stewardship, guys. Yeah. Improving soil over time. Natural farmers tend to buy farms that are cheap and were used for other purposes. They're not going to go on and buy a naturally farmed farm. No, it's almost like a challenge. They're going to take a plot of land that doesn't have any soil, and they're going to make soil, and they're going to make an environment that is conducive for them. Or, I know like John, was up there, it was all old cane land when he had his land, when he got his farm, and then transferred into a very highly productive area. And what he's doing is stewardship. He's buying a piece of land that was crap and turning it into something that's awesome. And then when he's gone, whoever gets that land next is going to have a much better situation than if he wasn't there. And so if every farmer did that, you imagine if every farmer improved the land we wouldn't have a lot of these environmental issues associated with agriculture. There's also the education and interest. Sociologically, it just causes people to have a conversation. A rippling effect of interest. It advances agriculture in that it gives people an alternative to what is available. It's a new level of safety that consumers haven't seen before. Stewardship. Where can biodiversity be increased? Many places, of course, in the soil. How many microorganisms are in 1 tablespoon of soil? About 3 trillion. 3 trillion. So, there's plenty of room for biological growth in the soil environment, probably more than any other environment. On or in the plant structure, remember, exophytic or endophytically. And you can increase biodiversity. Remember, biodiversity isn't just microorganisms. It includes worms and birds and nematodes and cows and pigs and all that stuff, right? So, trophodynamics. Anybody, you know what that means? Yes. Trophodynamics is the food chain, right? If you have microorganisms present at a high level in the environment, you're going to have a high level of microorganism consuming organisms. Then you have worms that eat those, or you have flatworms or whatever that eat those, and then you have birds and moles that eat those, and then you have foxes that eat birds, and so it's just trophodynamics. It's the food web, yeah? So macroorganisms come into the environment chasing those microorganisms. Macro, right? Meaning you can see it. You don't need a microscope to see it. It's macro. Microorganism is you need a microscope to see it. Okay?
Most of my macroorganisms are pigs right now.
That's okay.
Pigs and mongoose and mice.
You guys need a BB gun, it sounds like.
I got a Belgian.
There you go. You hit them enough in the butt, they won't come
I
back.
had been bouncing them out. They, bluster. I shout and shoot.
Oh, okay. Benefits of increasing biological diversity, specifically in the soil. Increased water holding capacity, I briefly mentioned that. Microorganisms depend on water just like any other organism on this planet to survive. Most of their molecular makeup is H2O, just like us. And when you have a whole bunch of one-celled organisms that are like tiny little water balloons, right, in your environment, you're going to have a lot more water in your soil, which then makes nutrients more available to plants, water more available to plants, and it causes microorganisms to go deeper and deeper and deeper into the soil, creating more of a structure or a base, of a microbial base. Okay, so increased water holding capacity. What happens when those bacteria die? That water balloon pops, and that water and of course enzymes and other things, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, the things they're made of, gets released into the environment. And very, very, very quickly consumed. Because once one bacteria pops, another bacteria or fungi or something will come along and consume those juices because they're a nutrient source. Increased nutrient availability. If you have very limited biological diversity, a very select few select type of microorganisms and a small number of them in the soil, they're going to work as hard as they possibly can in breaking down organic material and rock and making minerals available to the soil environment. But if you have 10 times more, 100 times more workers working at that material, you're going to have a lot more nutrients released into the environment. All right? Everybody understand what I just said there? Makes sense. Right? Okay. Respiration. Respiration is the release of gases by a biological creature. Release of gases. Respiration in plants is the movement of water through the plant until it becomes water vapor, and the water vapor leaves the plant. In addition to, what else comes out of a plant?
Oxygen.
Right? So oxygen comes out of a plant. That's why we're able to breathe, because they use CO2. There's oxygen in CO2. They use the carbon that's in the CO2, and the O2 that's in the CO2 is a byproduct that they don't use, and then they release it out into the environment. I'll get very heavy into that on the other classes. But respiration is the release of gases by microorganisms specifically in the soil. So, you have sulfur gases, methane gases, but most importantly, CO2, oxygen being released or sequestered in the environment. If you have better respiration, better gas exchange in your soil environment, more microorganisms are going to be able to use those gases as a benefit. So there are microorganisms that will release sulfur gases in the soil. And then there are microorganisms that will consume sulfur gases in the soil. And then consume the sulfur gases and maybe poop out a different sulfur material that is plant available, and plants love sulfur. So where a microorganism took sulfur from a leaf, turned it into a gas, another microorganism turned that gas into a sulfur compound, then made it available for plants. So a lot of that respiration and that gas exchange, making elements available to microorganisms so that they can grab the pieces, put them together, and then make another product, which is beneficial to plants. Got that? Soil structure and stabilization. Aggregation of soil is when soil gets compacted or formed into tiny little balls or pellets. Good soil is aggregated. Why is aggregation good? It allows for airspace and plenty of oxygen and water movement. A heavy clay soil, put water on a heavy clay soil, the water just sits right on top of that clay and doesn't penetrate into the soil because there's very limited aggregation. Microorganisms create aggregation in soil. So it increases the water dynamics and the way nutrients move throughout the soil. They just overall benefit the structure of soil. They make your soil better for plants just by changing the way that the soil is organized. They'll grab the microorganisms will create a sticky goo that is just a byproduct of doing what they are doing. They're doing over here, they're consuming this leaf, and they make a sticky goo as part of the process. That goo goes out into the water environment in the soil, and then it starts grabbing rocks and pieces of clay and all this and bringing them together and aggregating them. So in addition to protecting soil from erosion, like I had said, it really creates those balls of soil, which are highly beneficial to plants. Benefits of increasing biological diversity in soil, we have enzymatic activity. What does that mean?
Action and enzymes.
Yeah. Enzymes are the key to life. Okay? Everything we do that keeps us alive, breathing, salivating, digesting, everything we do, and any other creature, we exist because of enzymes. Enzymes are molecules created by an organism that have a chemical effect on something else. So we create chemicals in our body to break down food, create tears, right? Create mucous membranes. We have certain enzymes that are created in our body that cause these reactions for these systems to work. When you increase your biological diversity, there's so much enzymatic activity because of the microorganisms that you get heavy aggregation of the soil. You get a lot of different biological processes going at a very short period of time. There's studies that people do have for enzymatic activity in your large intestine. Doctors will observe that, find out basically how much microorganisms you have, or how many microorganisms you have in your gut, to give an analysis of how your gut flora is doing. And they judge it based upon 5 or 6 different enzymes that they can read within your gut. When I do soil analysis, okay? When I do soil analysis, I do analysis of something called dehydrogenase enzymatic activity. Dehydrogenase is a specific enzyme that almost all microorganisms produce. And so by reading the amount of dehydrogenase enzyme that's in a soil sample, I can tell you how many microorganisms are in there. So it's in understanding that every single activity, every single biological activity that goes on anywhere, in any environment, is heavily dependent on enzymatic activity. Okay? So the more you have, the healthier and more biologically rich your environment is going to become. Biomass alone. Bacteria and fungi are made of the same elements that we are made of. And when they die, they release these nutrients into the environment the same way a rotting carcass does at 6 feet. Okay? If you have tons and tons of bacteria and fungi, a certain percentage of those are going to die off on a daily rate or hourly rate, which is going to release X amount of nutrients into the environment, where if you didn't have a high biomass, the nutrient source just isn't there. So your plants will be able to take up more nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium from the soil if you have more microorganisms in there, just strictly because they die and those nutrients become available to plants. Increased decomposition. So if you have a biologically rich soil, and I'm adding soil organic matter, wood chips, and all that stuff right to the top, the rate on which that material is going to break down is going to be much faster than if I don't have a biologically rich soil. You've got to understand that things are going to decompose faster the more microorganisms we have. What happens when things decompose? Well, as they get broken down, nutrients become available to plants. So if you have more biological diversity, breaking down more soil organic matter, you're going to have more nutrients available to plants, and you have to add less fertilizer. There's symbiotic relationships. We're talking about mycorrhizae. Mycorrhizae being an example of this, where plants have a structure. They have a structure on top, and then they have a root base below. And their roots only go out so far. Maybe 6 inches, 10 inches, 2 feet, whatever it may be. But all plants, every single plant has been found to have some sort of relationship with soil fungi. And what those soil fungi do, they're called mycorrhizae. What they do is they will attach themselves to the roots of the plant, and in exchange for sugar, which is what plants are produced for energy, Plants provide sugar to the fungi. The fungi will go out into the soil environment and grab molecules and nutrients that the plants need, bring it into their structure, bring it through their tubular cells all the way to the plant, give those nutrients to the plant, and then have the plant say, hey, thanks a lot, here's some sugar. All right? So there are those relationships, symbiotic relationships. Of course, we have many others. Rhizobia, bacteria that live on the inside of the roots of certain plants. And what these microorganisms are able to do is grab nitrogen gas from the environment. 80% of our air is nitrogen gas, 87%, whatever it is. They're able to take that nitrogen gas, which doesn't benefit plants in any way. They can't take it up, take that molecule, turn it into a plant available form of nitrogen, and then give it to the plant. So they're literally able to take gas from the air and create fertilizer for the plant. And they do that all on the inside of the plant, endophytically. Symbiotic relationship, guys, super important. It's about 50% of the reason why people get involved in natural farming is because they know that there are these symbiotic relationships and they want to make it easier on the plant. Nutrient stabilization. Stabilization meaning making it so that the plants typically will receive a constant trickle of nutrients, as opposed to conventional farming, which is put a whole bunch of nitrogen down at the beginning of planting, right? And then you wait several weeks, and then you top dress a little bit of nitrogen on top, and then you get a whole bunch of nitrogen in the environment, and then all of a sudden the nitrogen goes away, and then near the end you're going to put in some phosphorus, and all of a sudden there's a whole lot of phosphorus that gets put on the plant, and then it goes in the flower, and this is different. This is a trickling in, just kind of small amounts every day, every hour, every minute, a really small amount, as opposed to this mass action of fertilizers, yeah? So nutrient stabilization is biological diversity causing stabilization. Yeah, it's really just that constant trickling, constant flow, the same proportion of the nutrient so that the plant doesn't have any surprises. It gets the same amount it needs in just a little bit at a time. pH stabilization as well. The more microbial rich your soil is, the closer it is to 6.6 pH, which is exactly what most plants, tropical plants, need. As a pH, slightly acidic environment. If you have acidic soils, if you go and have a soil analysis and it says you have 5.5 soil, and then it tells you that you got to put down 6 truckloads of calcium carbonate to bring your pH up to 6.6. 6 truckloads. You cringe at that, but Hamakua Coast, there is so much sequestration of calcium in the soil that you need to sometimes put down 100 times as much calcium or phosphorus than you would on the mainland, because of our soils being volcanic, and it locks up because of the charge. The electric charge associated with calcium gets locked up in the soil. So, instead of putting down 6 truckloads of calcium carbonate, maybe 6 truckloads of organic matter. Organic matter would increase the biological diversity and then cause a stabilization of pH, bringing that level maybe up to 6 or 6.1, and then you only need 2 or 3 truckloads of the calcium carbonate to get you up to 6.6. Okay, so a lot of people will use soil organic matter or inoculation to create a pH stabilization. Exophytic and endophytic microorganisms. Exophytic are microorganisms on the outside of the plant. I already talked about that. Endophytic is on the inside. Most plants are either inoculated with these indoor or outdoor microorganisms from the environment, usually from the soil, or from its parent. As I mentioned, the mother will actually put a microorganism in the embryo of the seed so that when the seed cracks and emerges, it is already inoculated and has that beneficial microorganisms associated. Same thing happens with pathogens, guys. Don't just think that sometimes the plant just can't control it, and a pathogen's life cycle goes to the seed, right? And then that pathogen can't progress through its life cycle until that plant grows up, and then it can cause problems for the next generation. So it's the same way. It's not always beneficial or pathogenic. Inoculated from the parent or the environment, of course, there's pathogens and beneficials, two different kinds. What we're looking at here, we're looking at a pathogenic fungi. That is a hyphae. This is the cell structure of a fungi. What is this?
Stomata?
Yes! Stomata is the holes that are on the underneath of leaves, and this is where gas exchange happens on plants. If you look at almost any plant under a microscope, on the underneath of the leaf, you're going to see these two lips. These are like water balloons. They're filled with water, or the water is taken out to open or close these lips. At night, the lips close to hold water in. During the day, they open up because plants are taking up water from the roots. The water is going through the system of the plant, and then the process of photosynthesis causes the need to get rid of extra oxygen, which is a waste product in photosynthesis. And it all comes out here during the day. At night, they close up. So this is one of the areas on a plant where a microorganism can get into the internal structure of a plant. Through the stomata. It's probably the main area in which microorganisms enter a plant. Would this be an endophytic or exophytic fungi?
So
it's endo.
Looks like a little bit of both.
If it goes in at any point,
Okay.
it's an endo. Okay? So that is a SEM scan. I love working with these microscopes. I do it a lot. I got a really nice one up here. And so I have tons and tons of these files where I'm looking at microorganisms at a clarity that is just absolutely superb. Especially when they color them. I like when they color. They have computer programs that will actually color them. It makes it look even more real. So we have these two types, right? The goal of natural farming is to play with which ones?
Beneficial.
And get rid of? Right. But maybe not get rid of, but make a system so that those pathogens can't create problems for you.
Neutralize.
Mm-hmm. I mentioned this, systemic acquired resistance. This is when a plant gets inoculated with a microorganism. Sometimes beneficial, sometimes pathogenic. And it reacts as if it's sick. And puts up huge defenses and starts building woodier stems and a harder structure and making cell walls thicker because it got quote-unquote sick. Now, there are they're considered beneficial microorganisms that cause systemic resistance. They're only considered beneficial because they don't do anything negative to the plant. They come in, they cause this systemic acquired resistance, but they don't cause any damage to the plant. That makes them beneficial. These are plant cells, yeah? Plant leaf cells? Actually, no, these are stem cells. And then you have fungi, hyphae, branching all up inside the cells, between the cells. Yeah, see how that follows along the cell wall? So this is hyphae that are existing on the inside of the plant. Hyperparasitism. What is hyperparasitism? Parasitism is what?
One organism living off
Depending. Cannot exist without the other. That is a parasite. It needs to have the other organism to exist. Hyperparasitism is parasitizing a parasite. Okay? So, there are tons and tons and tons of microorganisms out there that their sole existence in life is trying to find a specific species of pathogen, plant pathogen, and exploiting it for its nutrients. So they will actually, this fungi might attack another fungi, pierce into its cellular structure, and with a haustoria, and just suck out all of its goodness, while it is attached to a plant, sucking out all the plant's goodness. Well, usually what happens is that hyperparasitic microorganism will usually consume the nutrients inside the parasite faster than the parasite is going to consume the nutrients from the plant. So most times, a hypoparasitic microorganism will kill off a pathogen on a plant. So there are many, many, many of these out there, new field of study, and there are, of course, going to be inoculants available in the agricultural field right now that of species of microorganisms that they know will hyperparasitize Phytophthora or something that's out there, just Asia or something. So that's the virus, that's not possible. But they will hyperparasitize a specific species. So if you know you have a disease, you buy this inoculant, make it into a slurry, and you spray it on your plant, and your disease goes away because this other microorganism just ate all the bad guy. Okay? Or you use a slurry of microorganisms from your environment and create a biologically diverse environment, which makes it so that there is a really good chance that in your biological spray or tea that you create, that there's probably some sort of hyperparasitic microorganism in there. And you would assume that because you have a 5-gallon bucket with 14 trillion microorganisms in there, something like that. I mean, there's a good chance that there's 1 or 2 in there that's going to help you out. Okay? So, nutrient stabilization.
What about mass action?
Oh, sorry, mass action. Beneficial endophytic microorganisms, mass action. Mass action is essentially adding so much biodiversity at one time that, like I said, it makes it difficult for a pathogen to
Is this subway thing?
I'm sorry?
Is this subway thing?
Yeah, that kind. Mass action is so much in there that not too much can move around. And what happens is, especially exophytically around the roots, plant beneficial microorganisms might set up around the root zone. For example, Bacillus subtilis is a form of bacteria that colonizates the outside of a root zone of almost every plant, and it's antifungal and antibacterial. And what it does is it sets up a wall around the whole root zone, and if any pathogens come up, they go, ooh, food, here it comes, and the pathogen's going, ooh, root, I'm going to get the root, and then they get to this wall of Bacillus subtilis only to be consumed for its nutrients. And so mass action is having so much of these biological presence around the root zone, beneficial biological presence around the root zone, that it's really just like a wall, a defense wall set up to prevent any kind of pathogen from getting into the system. So in the same way, the subway, it's just that it's one type of microorganism or maybe a set type of beneficials that colonize around the root zone. And they make it so packed around the root zone that nothing can get in. And you have to go through me first type thing, right? If you pass the test, then you can come through. If you're a beneficial nutrient or a beneficial microorganism, they'll open the gate and say, go right ahead. If you're a bad guy, they don't really see it as a bad guy, but they see it as a nutrient source. If you're like a fungi, this Bacillus subtilis absolutely loves fungi. You have chitin and a high level of nitrogen and phosphorus. They don't see you as as an enemy, they see you as a nutrient source, and they'll get in there and get it as soon as possible. Okay? Nutrient stabilization. It's really just microorganisms existing within the plant structure, usually within the roots. And there's this special communication between the microorganism and the plant. The plant going, hey down there, I'm going to need 20 cc's of nitrogen up here, stat! Right? And then the microorganism, having that association with the plant, will recognize that it needs this amount of nitrogen. It will look into its reserves, which it is holding for the plant to use. It's holding those 20 cc's of nitrogen so that when he calls for it, we'll send up the nitrogen and I get my sugar. So they'll actually stockpile in their structures nutrients so that when the plant calls on the microorganism that's inside the plant, it can get those nutrients or access them. And then of course there's this wonderful communication with that microorganism to the outside world. If it used its 20 cc's and sent it up, it's going to need some more nitrogen, right? So there's a communication to the outside environment to send more nutrients our way so that we can have it on stock, ready to go, up for the plant. Heavily depends on environmental factors. If it's too dry, you have a lower presence of biological diversity in and outside of the plant. If the plant is unhealthy, it's not getting the nutrients it needs, then it's not going to be able to support these relationships as well. Too much sun kills off a lot of microorganisms. Disrupting the soil, tilling the soil. You just killed everything in your soil. Murdered it. That is a great way to negatively do something negative to your beneficials, right? Is to till. No-till agriculture has been around for 10,000 years. It's not a new thing. Tilling agriculture has been around for about 10,000 years to 5,000 years. Machine tilling only about 75 years. And to the point where an average mom and pop farmer can afford the equipment only about 40 or 50 years. Okay? So machine tilling at home and a home farm is a new concept. Okay? And we've since proved it doesn't work as well as no-till. So if you only know how to till, then forget all that knowledge and start educating yourself on no-till, because it's a major effect on your environment.
brings up a question about cover cropping, green manures, et cetera,
Yes.
et cetera. How do you work this in?
Pulling and eradicating of the material. So if you have fountain grass and you want to put in perennial peanut, and you can till it out, you just killed all the microorganisms. Most people that deal with this problem, Hamakua and all that, the best way to do it is to get a shovel and dig that thing out with your hands. Get it out with your hands, and you only have to do that once or twice. You might have a nut that's down there that might come up again. But spraying chemicals on it, Roundup or whatever, generally never kills the plant. It just knocks it back. So really the only way to remove those things is to dig a hole and pull it out. Chemicals don't work. Tilling still doesn't work with fountain grass, California grass, guinea grass. Till it up, and then what do? You till it in so that those stolons just start rooting again, right? So what happens if you get in there and you get in there and you dig I know people that are up in Ponaca, they're digging 4-foot holes to get these nut grasses out. Purple nut sedge, and they're digging 3-4 feet down to get to the corm in the bottom. It's really the only way that works. Okay. So heavily dependent environmental factors, right? Well, I have got to go faster. Microorganisms from outside the environment, right? We have macroorganisms. They're drawn in to the area because of enzymatic production. Like I said, enzymes are produced, causing nematodes and worms, and then moles and things that are ground creatures, they all come in. From protozoa to large mammals. Increased nutrient availability, as I mentioned, Why? That guy poops a lot. If you get cows drawn in because you have clover, you know, it's a great cover crop, having them come out and mow down your clover and then they poop everywhere, it's of course decreasing nutrient availability for your plants. And more specifically, worms. Think worms. Decreasing nutrient availability. They take the soil, consume it, access different nutrients, using bacteria that are in their gut to make plant available nutrients.
That's why I think I have a lot of pigs.
Is the worms?
I got big worms.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Great protein source for them.
Right.
Increased biodiversity, biological cycle. So if you have macroorganisms appearing because you have a biologically rich system, it's only going to get better the more they come in. And of course, watch them eating your plants, right? Positive or possible negative effects of a natural farming system. This is where James's science-ness comes into play. Pathogens and pests. Several pathogens can withstand fermentation and thermophilic processes. Okay? There are plenty out there that we have proven can withstand the conditions that natural farming amendment production uses. So, don't assume that we're going to kill everything that's bad. But what we can do is make a biologically rich system to the point where it's like that subway and things can't get hold. Material transfer. If you're getting mulch from the city and putting it on your property, you're putting whatever microorganisms are in that mulch on your property. I highly recommend anybody who uses city mulch to grab your mulch, bring it to somebody else's house, put it in a pile, and let it sit there for 8 months before you touch it. Or while it's there, go ahead and stir it around a bunch. But don't put it on your property straight out of the dump. No way.
John swears by it.
Yeah, he does. He does. John's level of production is not as high as a commercial farmer would be. He's as awesome as he is. He's kind of he even runs a business with his stuff, but it's really backyard. Yeah. But if you're at a commercial level, yeah, material transfer, fire ants alone, bringing those materials in, but bringing in diseases is it happens. Not only that, what happens if somebody makes IMO in a machine like they do, or makes IMO and then puts it in a bag and then puts it on a rack at KTA and sells it to you, and you buy it, and you put it on your land, and there's Phytophthora in there. First of all, how would you know there is? You wouldn't, because they have no standardizing level of quality control. They don't do any analysis on their material, because they're not scientists who produce it. They're people that want to make money. And so, if you buy that, it could be totally infected with something that's bad. One of the ones that can withstand this. We don't know. Oh, by the way, did anybody else hear the story of the fact that about 3.5 years ago there was IMO4 sold to the store, and they did test it and did find Phytophthora in there, and people were putting it on their ginger. So, it's not like I'm making this stuff up. It actually happened. Okay? So, make the material on your farm. If you can't make the material make the material on the farm. If not, get the materials as raw materials, right? And then bring them back to your farm and make them there. Okay?
So manure and
bringing in manure, that's really not that big of a deal, because manure is so biologically rich that there's very few pathogens that are going to exist, plant pathogens that are going to exist in the same way that somebody example is, right? So if you're getting green waste, just chopped up green waste, watch out for your pathogens and fire ants and pests and things that are associated with it, okay? If you don't have a place to bring the city stuff, bring it to the farthest corner of your property, all the way in the back, tuck it there, let it sit there and compost for 6 to 8 months before you touch it. Okay? Possible negative effects natural farming mineralogical. Something called the CN ratio, which all agriculturalists should understand, and that is the carbon to nitrogen ratio. It's usually about, ideally 15 to 1, but what that means is, in order to have ideal decomposition and breakdown of organic material, you need to have the right proportion of carbon-based materials and nitrogen molecules. The right balance creates the right environment for microorganisms and causes rapid decomposition. For example, if I start my compost bin and I take about 40 pounds of wood chips, put it in there. I take about 25 pounds of green waste, put it in there. And I take about maybe a pound of chicken manure and put it in there. I just created an ideal carbon to nitrogen ratio where I have lignin, wood-based wood chips in there at a certain percentage. I have green waste, which is cellulose-based material in there, and then I have a nitrogen in there as well. It's a perfect combination of carbon and nitrogen, different kinds of carbon and nitrogen, and you're going to have rapid decomposition. My compost pile is going to go whoop real fast, and within no time at all, after a couple of stirrings, it's going to be black and totally decomposed and ready to go out. If in my compost pile, I take my food waste, all my papayas and all that, and for my kitchen, and I put that in my compost bin, and that's all I do, well, you have a lot of nitrogen in there and very little carbon. The decomposition is going to be way off in that you're going to start creating anaerobic conditions, a lot of enzymatic activity, flies are going to come, you have stink, you have ammonia from the nitrogen being released, and so the decomposition is much slower and really wrong for compost production. Okay. If I had just wood chips, that's an awful lot of carbon and no nitrogen. How long is it going to take for wood chips to break down on their own in the compost pile? Years. So you see why you mix certain different things in your compost pile is to have a perfect carbon to nitrogen ratio. Okay? When I'm making natural farming amendments, I use a lot of carbon. I'm using carbohydrates, I'm using plant-based materials, a lot of cellulose, and I'm adding these materials to my environment. If I add a whole lot of carbon to my agricultural field, it's the same effect as the compost. What's going to happen there? Very little decomposition. There's going to be not the same microbial kind of changing of the guard as the decomposition happens. It's very, very slow. Whereas if my carbon to nitrogen ratio was perfect, then I'd have that rapid decomposition. Now, if I add these natural farming amendments to the environment without adding a nitrogen source, I'm doing just that, right? If I add IMO to the environment without adding nitrogen afterwards, then I'm going to have that same level of slow decomposition. So you need to be aware that you may be adding too much carbon to your environment in natural farming if you're not using a nitrogen source as well. And usually the nitrogen source I use is fish amino acid. It's a water-soluble form of nitrogen, quickly available to microorganisms, quickly absorbed by the plants. Okay? All right? What is soil mining? This is what all the professors at UH tell me that natural farming does to the soil, and I kind of believe them. I talked to John about this, and his level of chemistry and biological understanding indicates that his mind isn't wrapped around this, and I just worry that in the next 15, 20 years he might be dealing with issues. And what that is if I add IMO or something to my soil environment which makes nutrients available in my soil that weren't already available, right? those microorganisms are essentially taking nutrients out of one barrel, which wasn't available to plants, and putting it into the barrel that's available to plants. And then they go over here and take another scoop, and they take another scoop, move it over here. Eventually that barrel is going to go down and down and down. The nitrogen and phosphorus, potassium, magnesium levels of the soil are getting mined. They're getting taken out by the microorganisms and put in. So if you're not replacing that nutrition, that after so and so years, X amount of years, that barrel's going to be empty. And then your plants are going to stop growing, and you're going to be like, I'm doing the same thing I've always been doing. Adding these microorganisms, but the microorganisms don't have a nutrient source anymore. The soil is mined. You've taken out everything out of it. So how do you fix that? Soil organic matter. Great way to add those nutrients back in. So if you're not mulching with your natural farming system, you're doing it wrong.
Is there much use of hyperaccumulators like comfrey, dicon, burdock, and all that, the deep liners to bring nutrients back up?
But they don't bring the nutrients up, they bring the nutrients into their fruit. And unless you're chopping up that daikon and putting it back in the field, you're taking it out, you're still mining it.
That's what I mean, like comfrey is used in permaculture.
Yeah, to bring stuff up.
And you mulch with
Right.
it. Yeah.
I think a better use of your land would be trying to encourage worms.
Mm-hmm.
So that's where you're going to get your nitrogen from. They will find nitrogen in soil organic matter and make it available to plants. So if you're adding soil organic matter, that will bring worms, that will add nitrogen to your environment, and so forth. Okay? So just know that you can mine the soil, and after a certain amount of years, you're left with worthless soil unless you're replacing the nutrients you're taking out of it.
I was told I should be deliberately growing about 60 or 70% of my own humus plants.
Oh, definitely.
For
Yeah.
making-
To make mulch to put back
That's
in.
a separate crop.
Yeah.
You have to grow.
And most people do bamboo as that crop because vertically you can get more biomass for your area than anything else. So if you grow a big patch of bamboo and each stalk is 50 feet tall, you get a lot more surface area for that 12 square foot area than if you were to like grow out a
How do you
field.
distribute the bamboo? Just the leaf?
Chop it.
Just the leaflet, or you chop up the whole stalk?
Chop it down and put it through a shredder.
Yeah, I've heard the cane grass is
Yeah.
beneficial in that way.
Yep, yep.
It's very bamboo-like.
Yep. Okay, and then rapid mineralization. If you have so many microorganisms in your environment that they as well need nutrients just like plants do. And so if you have a biologically rich soil and you're adding nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, you have to know that the microorganisms are going to take up the first shot. Okay, and if you don't put enough in to feed the microorganisms and then have some available for the plants, then you might be only feeding your microorganisms. I know plenty of people that have used IMO system and they go, it's not working, and I say, I want to watch you spray your plants. And they'll hit a little foliar and they go around in the soil like that and they move on to the next tree and they go whoosh, whoosh. And I say, you think that that's enough nutrients to feed the microorganisms and then have some left over for the plants? And they go, I didn't even think about that. You gotta feed the microbes first. They're gonna consume the same thing the plants are. And they're gonna get it first. Before the plant can get to it, they're gonna take up as much as they need to reproduce and make more. Okay? Economical. Someone might spend a lot of time and money with little return. Do you know how many people I know have gotten into this, bought a pallet of Mill Run and 16 bags of sugar, and they got this, and they made like 6 piles, and then they put it out, and then they go, wow, my plants didn't double overnight. And it's like, no, it's like I said, it's a trickling in of nutrients, it's a long process, and I know people that just stop, because they don't get the same return if they spend that time and money on organic crumbles and then put them out. Okay? Those are the hobbyist farmers, yeah? Unsuccessful attempts. I've made, personally, over 300 batches of IMO, okay? 10% of them just go bad. They go bad because they got rained on, or maybe a group of soldier flies got in there and turned the whole thing enzymatic, or whatever happened. I put a little bit too much fish emulsion in, attracted too many flies, or attracted a rat, and then we have, okay. So, yeah, you're gonna fail at making it. You're gonna fail many, many, many times. And so people get jaded. They spend all this money. I've tried it 3 times, I can't seem to do it right. Forget it. I'm gonna go back and buy some chromas. Okay? And then you just spent $1,500, $2,000 on material that did absolutely nothing for you. Okay? Sociologically, people begin to believe something that might not be true. That's the worst thing that can happen for natural farming, is that people start believing that it's going to have an effect when we actually don't know if it does. Please, do not believe this system works. Assume it works, but don't believe it works. Be, what's the word? Skeptical, right? Sociologically, income's human nature, commercialism, people trying to make money off natural farming. Classes, books, these types of things, right? Be very wary of the effects that money has on people, especially when a new idea comes around.
Well, when Monsanto starts to promote natural farming.
Is that a bad thing?
Well, no.
Exactly.
Yeah, really. They can make money off of
You
it.
do know that Monsanto is a very large organic study site, right?
Yeah.
Very large, in the billions of dollars. They just want to make money. They know that there's a market for organic, and trust me, they're tapping it. Myths about natural farming. Here we go. Number 1. These are all wrong, right? These are not true. Number 1, we know that it works. We don't know it works. Show me where it says it works. Show me the data. Show me the leaf area analysis, the nitrogen analysis of the plant versus a controlled, non-inoculated sample. Show me that data. Until then, we don't know it works. You might know it works on your property, and we can scientifically say it works on your property. And that is the extent of that, and that doesn't help anybody, because we're not on your property. We know why it works. We know about the functions and the dynamics, but we don't know exactly why it works. We know that it works all the time. I know for a fact it doesn't work all the time. Side by side in comparison, put them together. This one, definitely higher growth. This one, definitely higher growth. These 50, definitely higher growth. This one, nope. No, the other side's actually bigger. So it doesn't happen all the time. Maybe if I'm in a heavy clay soil, there's enough nutrients available to the plant that it doesn't need all this biological diversity, right? What if my soil is so good that I don't need to do any of this? Do I need to do any of this? Maybe not. Which one's better? We know at what capacity it works. You can't say that it will improve the growth of your plants by 10%. No, what capacity? We don't have a number at what capacity it works at all. Here's my favorite one. There are peer-reviewed scientific journal articles showing significant data. And to a scientist, a biologist, this is all that matters. Until you have a study which shows significant data, in addition to having somebody else take that experiment somewhere else and then replicate the data and have the same exact data in the end, can you tell me that it's fact? And even then I might challenge you if you haven't done it 3, 4, 5, 6 different locations. Okay, so that's peer-reviewed article. All of the articles in Science Journal are peer-reviewed, and that is the creme de la creme of scientific journals, a science journal. And all of those are peer-reviewed. Until we get a natural farming article in Science Journal, none of this stuff means anything. the techniques will not suppress disease. BS. I can tell you a list of microorganisms that will withstand this whole gauntlet of conditions. Only specific materials need to be used. No. Where the Korean natural farming guys will tell you, you have to use rice bran or mill run, or you have to use this, you have to use that. You have to use soju or whatever, you know. I use beer, you know, for my inoculation of my yeast. So, you have to use specific materials. No, that's BS. Use what you have on your land, see if it works, and then if it doesn't work, try something else. And if that doesn't work, try something else. It's called experimentation. Just because somebody says you have to use something, you don't have to use it. See if what works for you, and if it has an effect and it costs you a lot less money, then do that.
What do you use as a substrate in mill run?
I gotta say, out there, put it out there, mill run works better than anything I've ever used before. People, I'm not saying what I use, because what I use is still in the experimental phase, but people have used breadfruit flour, chopped cane grass, bagasse has been used, which doesn't work all that great. I've done an analysis on it. I've used coffee parchment, didn't work all that well, but it worked okay. So Albizia sawdust. Many different things are out there being used, okay? And if you're in Iowa, okay, maybe cornmeal is a much better substrate than the mill run. But if you're in Oklahoma, you're going to get mill run a lot easier than you're going to get the other. So use what you get. That's what
is mill run really available here?
It is available here because they ship raw wheat over to Honolulu. It's then processed into flour. HFM will then bag it and sell it as a feed. It's actually sold as a feed. You can get it in big bags or on pallets.
EI or something like that?
HFM.
HFM.
Yeah.
Where's that?
It's right behind Bacon.
Right up Airport Road,
Right behind Target.
Yeah. Okay. By Bacon Universal.
Behind Bacon.
Behind them.
Yeah. Behind the health club.
Okay.
In the back. By the movers. So, use what you got. Experiment. Who knows? Maybe somebody like yourself who has no experience with natural farming has this idea to use something, and then you try it, and it works incredibly well, and then you tell Drake about it, and Drake comes out and goes, wow, that's great. We should tell people about this. Who knows? You may be the one to find the answer for sustainability with these products. Okay? My personal experience, mill run works better than anything. Breadfruit flour works really well. It's kind of expensive and hard to get your hands on for some people. I know some people that have 40 acres of breadfruit and it just falls off the tree. It's not a big deal. I harvest for them and then I try it in a greenhouse, and I have a friend up in Waimea who has created a breadfruit flour maker out of a bicycle. And so it's got a little hopper in the back, and you throw the breadfruit in, and he just pedals, and it comes out this beautiful fluffy stuff out the other end. No fossil fuels used, just a cheeseburger an hour before, right? So, you know, there are alternatives out there. Experiment. Always question authority, especially the authorities in telling you should do something, right? There's always an alternative. Try it, see what works, and then tell me about it. IMO4 is the answer for everything. I know people that are like natural farming. Oh, you mean like IMO4? And then, I hear that you're supposed to put that on everything, and it's supposed to cure. It's going to be the cure-all, and it's the next big movement, and this and that. And it's like, no, it's just one piece of the whole lifestyle of a natural farmer. Okay? For whatever reason, people focus heavily on IMO4 when it's the hardest thing to make, and it uses outside materials. I would focus natural farmingly heavily on the lactic acid bacteria solution and the fish amino acid. Those two things alone, if you never inoculate, you're going to at least create an environment in the soil that those nutrients are available for more microorganisms to come in and help out. Okay? 7. It's still considered natural farming if most of your materials come off a boat. Like I said, these are the hobbyist natural farmers. These are the backyard guys. It's not considered natural farming. But I would say that you're getting there. You know, keep using the natural farming stuff and slowly and surely try to chip away the purchase stuff. See if you can come up with a solution for something made at home. It is still considered natural farming if a farmer purchases his or her natural farming amendments, which come from a different area. If you walk into KTA and buy IMOalizer, you are buying Moalizer. You're not buying IMOalizer, you're buying microorganisms. You're not buying ones from your property. Who cares about where it came from? If it came from Curtistown and I'm going to bring it up to 3,000 feet in a hulo, you think any of those microorganisms are still going to be alive when I put it in my ground? And if they are, they're not going to be at the level that they would be at Curtistown. Okay? IMO, indigenous, meaning from right here. Right? So don't go out and buy that stuff. I'm not dissing somebody's business idea. It's a great way to make money. They're doing great. More power to them. But between me and you, that's mobilizer. Just microorganisms. There's a lot cheaper ones out there. Go to VEI and get some inoculants for a lot cheaper. It'll cover your whole 20 acres in a package this big for the same price. I don't need to add fertilizer to my system. We already went through this. CN ratio. You have to add fertilizer, especially nitrogen fertilizer, in the form of manures is fine. Fish and manures, that'll meet your needs. That's all you need, but you have to add those in. You can't just mine the soil. Natural farming is the answer to all my farming problems. Maybe when we study it more, it could be. Once we come up with solutions for people's problems with natural farming, then yeah, it may be one day, but we're not at the phase where we're coming up with solutions. We're still designing the system. Okay? This might be if we had somebody give me a grant. I've been trying for 4 years. Give me a grant to do some PhD research on it, and then I might have some scientific data, some stuff going off, and then other people getting interested, more people getting grants, and then those answers start getting answered, or those questions start getting answered. But until that time, we're just going to be shooting in the dark, right? There are large-scale farms using and producing these materials for commercial food production, 1,000+ acres. That is a lie. That is not true. There is not anybody in the United States right now using this system on a farm of 1,000 acres plus. I don't know why. But to call yourself a farmer in Hawaii is different than call yourself a farmer anywhere else. You go to the mainland. I talk to farmers out in Iowa and outside of St. Louis. And I'll be like, I'll talk about Hawaiian farmers, this, blah, 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 blah. And I'll go on and they'll be like, wait, how big is that farm you're talking about? Oh, it's 25 acres. That's not a farm. That's a garden. Okay? So most farms, most Americans understand a farm, it's somewhere right around 1,000+ acres, okay? So, we need these types of studies of these materials to go on in commercial farms, and who knows, maybe then the system will easily trickle down to the smaller farms, okay? It's hard for me to have studied on the mainland and come back and have people call their farms farms, and it's like, yes, I know what you're saying, but large operations in the millions, 10 millions, hundreds of millions of dollars. Those are farms as we know it on the mainland. Right? $1 million, $10 million operations. 6 combines at the same time running down the field doing an eighth of a mile every time they do a pass. Okay, that's what most people in the United States think of as a farm.
But that's not a traditional farm.
It's not a traditional farm,
it's
right?
Something that's just happened since World War II.
Do you think that agriculture is going to regress to the smaller farm, or is it going to continue with this?
It looks like the movement is the bigger farms like this have realized that they've been doing soil mining, that they're dependent upon the fertilizer companies, and they're going to take a lesson from the little guys doing it.
But they're not cutting the size of their farm. They're
No,
changing their system to be more along the lines of what the smaller systems are doing.
See, that's kind of a reverse trickle down, it's a trickle up.
Yeah, it's a trickle up, right. But needless to say, these farms are not going to get smaller, okay?
No, they don't need to, do they?
No.
They just need to change their attitude.
Right.
Yeah.
So, we have research for long-term effects of the entire system. Dr. Bruce Matthews, more than anything, the dean for College of Ag up here at UH, soil scientist, wants nothing more than to have somebody study natural farming amendments on a plot of land for 5 years, 10 years. Collect the data, and then can we truly understand natural farming, because it has to be over long-term effects. His theory is that we're mining the soil every time we go out. And in 5, 10 years, even if you are adding stuff in, that those microorganisms are taking out more than you could ever add in, and within 10 years, you're not going to have anywhere near the same production you would at year 1 of natural farming.
What is, in natural farming, what is the viewpoint on remineralization of soil with rock dust, things like that?
Oh yeah, highly recommended, yeah.
But I mean, but those are outside inputs.
Well, it depends. If you're getting blue rock from up the mountain, then it's not, yeah. And, crushed rock. You can find crushed rock somewhere up on the mountain. It's got to be able to get it crushed and in.
This natural farming, though, it's one of its touted benefits is the sustainability thing.
Right.
Which you're drawing into question.
Only after doing a 15-year
Yeah.
plan will you actually know if it's sustainable or not. You can calculate how many amendments and from where and when you have to add in to make sure the system works.
How long has it been doing it in Korea?
Well, Joe's only been talking about it for 15, 20 years. These techniques come from ancient systems. They've been going on a long time in Japan, Thailand, and China and all that stuff. But nobody's taken a look at the current system and over a 10 to 15 year period. And I would love to be in charge of that project.
What does it cost to do those kinds of research?
That would just be the cost of running a 5-acre farm for 10 years with using natural farming amendments. And then the analysis. So there'd be a lot of labor involved in the collection of data and the analysis. Because you'd have to run so many tests year after year after year after year. Do a soil analysis every 6 months for 10 years and all these things. And tissue samples from your trees every 6 months to understand the way the system is working. It would be in the millions of dollars, for sure. But worth it. So consider this. Please be scientific in your understanding of natural farming. If you ever take any other natural farming classes, be scientific. Question everything. Don't fall for the proof is in the pudding, because many factors can contribute to increased plant production, plant health, and disease suppression. I have a theory in my thesis that IMO4 does nothing more than add organic material and high nitrogen-based material to your environment. And that would increase your growth. So I'm doing an experiment right now that's looking at IMO4 that is processed as it normally is, and then I take IMO4 after it's processed and I take a sample of it and I sterilize it. Bring it up to about 120 degrees for about 3 days, and then I take it out, and then I do a plant experiment where I grow corn on the sterilized one, inoculated, and then the non-sterilized one. And I'm trying to prove that it's just the mill run and the sugar that's causing plants to increase their growth. It's not the microorganisms. I would be happy if it is the microorganisms, but my hypothesis is that it's increasing the soil organic matter than if you didn't have any in there, and it's adding more nutrients because there is nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, calcium already existing in the mill run. That is what happens, is the microorganisms that are already in the soil get the mill run and go, ooh, I'm going to break this apart, and then they break it apart and nitrogen gets released and then the plants take it up. And not until we study that for 5 years will we understand what effect that has or not. Okay?
Wouldn't that be site dependent?
What's that?
Site dependent. If you're just adding mill run, you're sterilized
Yeah.
IMO4.
Yeah.
Okay. It would depend on the site that you grew it.
But if you grew them both in the same site,
Yeah.
then it really wouldn't matter.
Okay, because you're testing.
So say, what I'm essentially doing is I'm taking...
determining how many of these beneficial microorganisms are in a plot of soil.
There is a way to do that through DNA analysis, but I don't
there's
know
no way to
funding.
determine what the optimum amount is. This is all leading to?
No. It's really leading to the answering the fact that is it the inoculation of the microorganism that has an effect on the plant, or is it the material addition itself? So what I'm doing is I'm taking the microorganisms...
And the inoculation is superfluous.
Yeah. So if there's...
But that would only be the case if you already have microorganisms in the soil.
Right, so I'm sterilized, the soil is sterilized completely.
Yeah.
So I have a clean slate in my soil, and I have a clean slate with my sterilized IMO. And so essentially one pot is going to have sterilized IMO and sterilized soil. There's no microorganisms in there to be heard of. And then we grow the plant out, and then we have one that's inoculated.
Inoculated with sterilized soil.
With sterilized soil, correct. So the
Okay.
soil's not contributing to any of the microbial
Okay,
presence.
that's what I was getting at.
Clean base to start with.
Mhm. Do you know how hard it is to sterilize about 800 pounds of soil in an oven?
I've got a friend down in Boynton Beach who's got a solar sterilization set. He does like a bucket at a time.
Yeah, still a bucket at a time, and that takes all day, yeah.
He's just got a little greenhouse,
Yeah.
you know, little plots down there.
I have a question. You brought it up in the CN ratio. What's the upper limit at which you can have too much soil carbon?
Typically it's 15 to 1. So 15 parts carbon to 1 part nitrogen.
That's the ideal.
That's the idea.
What's the upper limit when it's too much soil carbon?
Pretty much anything over that.
Yeah.
Anything under that is too little. I mean, it's
That's
like...
just that whole biochar, the discussion in terms of biochar addition to soil, what the ratios are.
Yeah, so you're dealing with a massive carbon increase. But if you have enough microorganisms on the charcoal, that is nitrogen, and you balance the system. Okay? I gotta keep going, guys. Of course, please support efforts to study natural farming, scientifically sound methodology. Okay? We're going to talk a little bit about the indigenous microorganisms real quick. Usually spend most of the class on this part, but you guys had some really good questions, so we're going to touch on this. And if you have any more questions on this material, take the Introduction to Microorganisms, Soil Microorganisms, and Plant-Associated Microorganisms class that I got coming up sooner or later. Okay? So we're going to talk about fungi. Just a couple facts about fungi. I'm not going to get too detailed in this because I got to breeze through it. But there are several parts of soil fungi that give its distinctive characteristics. Most people think of fungi as a mushroom, right? That's just the sexual reproductive structure of a fungi. It's just the part that the creature decides to stick out of the ground so that it can send spores around, and then those spores can land on the soil and then go back in, and that's where the meat potatoes of the plant, or the creature, the fungi is in the soil, right? Hyphae are the filamentous cells, long, stringy, microscopic, spaghetti-like cells that make up the body of a fungi. All fungi have hyphae. I don't have a really good picture of them here. Hyphae are microscopic, one cell wide, crystal clear usually, and
That was a little guy crawling out of the stomata.
exactly. So here's an example of a hyphae. Yeah. And that, of course, keeps continuing that way, right? And so the cell structure of a hyphae would be something like this. The long cell, filamentous cell, there's a nucleus, there's a cell wall going from one end to the next. They don't connect on the sides like a plant cell, it's just one end to the next. And there is a little hole in the cell wall so that fungi can absorb nitrogen through its cell wall and pass that nitrogen from one cell to another, going all the way down through the hole in the cell wall. Everybody got that? Fungi will absorb nutrients through their cell walls. They don't have a mouth. There's no other way for them to absorb nutrients. They just take it in through their cell wall. They have special receptors on the outside of their cell wall which absorb different molecules. So there'll be a receptor for nitrogen, there'll be a receptor for phosphorus, there'll be a receptor for magnesium. And so if magnesium comes along, it's just floating in the liquid that's around it, and then all of a sudden it hits that receptor, boop! It's like a little key and lock, it'll grab it and absorb it, bring it inside. What makes fungi unique is this nucleus, if needed, can go over here. Or these two could even travel over here. So you can have cells that don't have no nucleus because they're all connected and it's all one system. And if it's convenient or needed by the fungi, it can bring its nucleus to another cell. It's a very, very unique property about fungi. Okay? So that's a hyphae. The one cell connected to another cell connected to another cell. I'm going to skip over spores for a second. Mycelia. Mycelia is a group of hyphae. It is a bunch, like a ball of spaghetti, of all these things put together. Mycelia can be seen from the naked eye. So when I pull back the roots of my plant or my compost bin, and you see those white branching, looks like roots, they're mycelia. And what those are just conglomerations of millions and millions and millions of these spaghetti cells, spaghetti-like cells, put together at such a concentration that I could see them with my own eye, and they actually look like roots. But if you look at them under a microscope, it's just thousands and thousands of little tubes. Fungi have a really very unique property in that they can make hyphae look like almost anything. They can bunch it together to make it into these different structures. So when a mushroom pops out of the ground, what is it made out of? Hyphae. It's made out of millions and millions of these little strands and two specialized structures. So that's all fungi is made up of, is just hyphae. They have spores. Spores are the reproductive cells of a fungi. We have spores, right? Sperm and egg. Very similar? No, it's nowhere near the same thing. But yeah, they're very similar. In that there are male spores, there are female spores, and there are unisex spores, right? Asexual spores. The male spores and the female spores get together and make a new genetic makeup of the creature, right? Versus asexual. If an asexual spore is released by a fungi, that spore goes off into the environment and lands somewhere, and when that fungi grows, it's genetically exactly the same as the original. It's cloning itself. And then they also make male and female spores. Why do they do that? To ensure genetic diversity in the environment. That way, every fungi in the environment isn't of the same genetic code. causing genetic variability. That's why they do it. All fungi are made of chitin. What else is made of chitin? Insects, shells, what else?
Fingernails?
Us. Rome was primarily made of chitin material. We are much more closely related to fungi than plants are related to fungi. Plants are made of cellulose. We don't have any cellulose in us. Fungi are made of chitin. We have chitin in us. Proves that at some point there was a divergence in the evolution of man and fungi, where at some point we had a shared ancestor. Okay? Chitin. Here are spores. They come in all different shapes. They also come out of different structures. Some will release spores in chains, as they're connected in a chain. Some of them will release them in a cup, create a cup, and it'll just be sitting, the spores will sit in a cup and wait for water to hit the cup so that the spores can splash out. Some of them have spores that can swim. Either way, all different kinds, and we'll get really heavy into that in the soil microbial side. Function of fungi. First and foremost, decomposition. They are the decomposers in most environments. They produce enzymes, as we learned, creates biological diversity, and is really just those enzymes alone are a nutrient source for other microorganisms. If a fungi creates an enzyme to break down a piece of wood, that enzyme is going to be kind of a gluey, sticky material. Once the fungi breaks into the cell wall of the wood and consumes the materials, there's still that sticky ooze left over, and that is a food source for another microorganism. Break down lignin. On the decomposition side, there is only one order of creature on this planet that can break down lignin, and that is fungi. What is lignin? That is what wood is made out of. Woody materials. So, if I put wood chips down beneath my coffee trees, what am I inducing? Yes, but I'm inducing a presence of fungi. If I put wood down, fungi will come and find it. So if we want a highly biologically diverse fungal population, maybe 5, 6, 7 different kinds of wood in my mulch and put that under the tree, and now I have a huge set of fungi at the base of my tree.
That's your real culture model.
Yes.
Yeah. Trees prefer fungal environments.
Yes, they do.
Lignin is different from cellulose. How?
Well, lignin it's a different molecule. Cellulose being just a completely different carbon molecule.
Cellulose creates herbaceous cells, and lignin is woody. Right?
High protein in the lignin side. Fungi are a main factor in fermentation, which is kind of important to natural farmers, as that's how we access the nutrients that are inside a lot of materials, is by fermenting them. Key component of fermentation is yeast. Yeast is a fungi. It's much different than the fungi I just described to you. Yeast are one cell, where most fungi are this long groupings of cells. They are still considered fungi. They are one celled. Kind of a unique property of yeast. Plant symbiosis, we of course have the relationships that we had mentioned, where we have roots that are connected to fungi, the mycorrhizae fungi. Those mycorrhizae fungi access materials in the environment and bring it to the plant in exchange for sugars. Every single plant that we have researched has an association with mycorrhizae, except the brassicas. Lettuce does not have a mycorrhizal relationship. Why is that? I don't know. There's probably an answer for it, I just don't know. Soil aggregation, of course, like I said, holding on to those balls of soil. Fungi do a really good job of wrapping these hyphae all the way around the ball of soil, protecting it at such a level that sometimes those balls of soil become waterproof because there's so much hyphae wrapped around the ball of soil that when water hits it, chitin does what to water? It repels water. So it protects the soil. Okay? Reproduction. As I mentioned, they can do asexually with the same genetic code, or they can do sexually. They have spores. Here's an example of spores that are connected in a chain. And what these are actually wind dispersed. So the sexual reproductive structure will come up, stick out, and wait for a wind gust, and wind will then grab onto those, and these will all separate in the wind and become dispersed thusly. Yeah? How do they find each other sexually? They release pheromones. And don't be naive to believe that we're the only creatures in the world that don't have pheromones. We actually have never proved that we do. There's no proof out there that humans do, but we've proved that chimpanzees do. I think it's a unwillingness to accept the fact that we're animals in the scientific community. And of course, there's definitely means of dispersal. Some are dispersed by wind, some are dispersed by water, some are dispersed by animals, some are dispersed by insects, and they're dispersed all different kinds of ways. They're dispersed in the soil, the water that's in the soil. Sometimes it's only dispersed on the water that is on the plant. However you want to look at it, it's dispersed in every way imaginable. Think about how many different ways trees disperse seeds. Take that image and times it by 1,000, and that's how many different ways of dispersal for fungi there are. Okay? Decomposers. These are the types. Of course, we have our decomposers. Those are called saprophytes. These are ones that break down dead organic material. They also decompose rock. They'll break down rock materials. So this is super important in soil production. Producing soil, you need fungi. It's a key component. And in the mineralization, which is the breaking down of parent material, leaves or rocks, and making those nutrients available to plants. There's mutualists. Like I said, the mycorrhizae, which benefit from the sugars from the plant, and then the plant benefits from the nutrients. And I mentioned a haustoria. Some of the mycorrhizae will have a haustoria that is a special structure. It's a little needle that goes in and pokes into the root, and they either have a conversation directly, or they do not have a haustoria and they have a conversation enzymatically on the outside of the root. They communicate. The plant sends out enzymes to the fungi, and the fungi sends out enzymes to the plant, and that's how they talk back and forth. There is no plugging in. And of course, there's predators and parasites. Fungi, large population of them are predators. They feed on other fungi, they feed on animals, and they feed on plants, whether they are living or dead. Okay, moving on. Here's a perfect example of what I was talking about, the hyphae around an aggregated ball of soil. The soil underneath all of these hyphae, that's not going anywhere. It's rained on, it's not going anywhere. Not to mention, they don't have muscles, but they have an ability to dry themselves out, to make themselves stronger, and actually hold onto that ball even tighter. And here is a great example that fungi and bacteria live in the same environment, work together in unison. I don't want you to think that there's fungi wrapped around a ball of soil and there's no bacteria there. They're all there together all the time. So what do we have here? Hyphae, and what are these? Bacteria, rod-shaped bacteria, right? So they're working together, they're having communications back and forth, making sure that they're working towards a common goal, right? Well, no, it's more all has to do with nutrient sourcing. If this fungi is providing a nutrient source to the bacteria will be there. Okay? Back up. I had some videos, but I think because of time, and they're really good too. They have the websites on there, yeah?
Send us a link.
They're on there. You have it written right below you, right below the title.
We don't have that.
Oh crap, sorry.
Then you.
They're right there.
Well, could you just make that for next week? And
Yes, I can do that, and if you need them at the end of class, I'll give them to you. I'll let you copy them down. How's that sound? Okay, the first one is fungi in one. Oh God, I want to show this. Hold on, let me see where we're going here. Bautista's, forest dynamics, natural diet. No, we don't have time. I gotta keep going. So we'll let you watch these later and check them out. The first one is fungi in 1 millimeter of soil. It shows you how many hyphae are present in 1 millimeter of soil in a computer graphic. It's really interesting. And then again, there's another computer simulation of how much fungi can be in the soil. What they do is they show like an aggregate ball of soil with all the hyphae all around it, and then they remove the soil out of the image, and so you see just the hyphae zigzagging all through the environment. You see how much is actually in there. Soil fungi, reproductive organs, basically just a video showing some spores being dispersed. And then the coolest fungi I've ever seen, it's a really great big video of a guy who is in South America, came across a fungi that is unlike anything I'd ever really seen. And I just want you to check that out if you can. Okay?
What was that one called? Sorry. Coolest fungi.
If you go on Bing, it's bizarre fungus waves hello.
Oh.
Bacteria and archaea. Let's learn a little bit about that, guys. It's getting hot in here. I'm gonna close these doors. That air is still on. Okay.
now, what are archaea
Okay, so
specifically?
they used to be under the category of bacteria, and archaea are bacteria that are much older than conventional known bacteria. Actually, archaea were the predecessors to bacteria. And it's my belief that archaea from space,
Why not?
and that they were the first life on this planet. And it's my belief that because we've proven certain archaea can exist in space in 0G and no oxygen vacuum environment, that why not, right? Well, mainly because at about 4 billion years ago, there was no life on this planet at all. And then 3.9 billion years ago, the archaea showed up. And then by 3.7 billion years ago, we had bacteria and stuff. So there was conditions on this planet for life to exist for 1 billion years before life started existing. Then all of a sudden, like literally overnight, we have archaea in our fossil records. So whatever. I'm just putting it out there. Just archaea are bacteria that live in extreme environments. They are the ones that live near the steam vents. They are the ones that live in the sulfur pools. They're the ones that live in the craziest of environments. The environments that are exactly like the way our planet was when it first started developing. So, they have structures. First structure that indicates whether a microorganism is a bacteria or archaea, is that it does not have a nucleus. It does not possess a nucleus. There's a cell envelope, which is kind of like a nucleus and has a similar function, but it does not have an actual functioning nucleus, which is where DNA and RNA is kept. It has a cytoplasmic region, which is the ooze on the inside, right? I want to call it so many different things you're not going to understand. Yeah, it's a goo on the inside, yeah? And then usually there's appendages, whether it be a flagellum for mobility or the pilus or some kind of cilia. Yeah. Okay? They don't have to have that. There are some broad bacteria that don't have any appendages. Function, first of all, they're decomposers. Saprophytes, they're very heavy in soil production and mineralization. For example, the aspergillus is a family of bacteria that is really active in the changing of molecules from one state to another by either adding oxygen to that molecule or taking away an electron or whatever. So what they do is they'll take a compound and completely change the compound into something else. So they're very active in that. And then the methanogens, these are archaea, and these are a organism that consumes methane. Methane being released during decomposition a lot. And so methanogens will be present around like sulfur pools at Yosemite and all that stuff. That's where you'd find the methanogens. So they can either be in the soil environment or pretty much anywhere. Just know that every single surface everywhere is covered in bacteria, even right after you clean it. And when you clean stuff with Clorox and stuff like that, you're not killing 99.9%. You're killing 99.9% of household germs. You're not killing 99.9% of bacteria. So plenty of these bacteria or archaea can live in extreme conditions, and that's an example of that. And also archaea don't have to live in extreme conditions. We found that archaea live in the soil just like bacteria, and they do have a function, but we don't really know what that is yet. Bacteria have a mutualist relationship with plants. For example, the rhizobium, as I mentioned before. This is going to be a bacteria that exists on the inside of the roots of legumes. Ever heard of nitrogen-fixing legume? How do they fix nitrogen? With this bacteria in its roots. The plant will absorb nitrogen gas from the environment, from the soil actually. Nitrogen gas in the soil, absorb it, bring it into the special structure it has created, which is called a nodule or a nub that's on the root, and it's a little compartment which the plant has either put this bacteria, whether from where it puts the bacteria, whether it be from its parent or from the environment itself. It gets that bacteria, makes a nice little house for it, and then creates a perfect environment for it to pump nitrogen gas into and have it change the molecular structure, make it plant available, and then it gives it back to the plant in exchange for sugar. Okay? All legumes are nitrogen fixers. Koa trees are a nitrogen fixer. Please, please, please plant a lot of nitrogen fixing cover crops. Anyway, so that's rhizobium. We get a lot into that on the plant-associated microorganism class. Then, of course, you have plant and animal pathogens, bacterial infection, plants, of course, being infected heavily by bacteria. And then you have lithotropes, which are a specific kind of bacteria which are key to converting organic molecules into inorganic molecules. Just know this, plants cannot take up organic molecules. They need to be converted into inorganic molecules before a plant can take them up. Counterintuitive than what most people would think about. Okay?
Then why do we buy organic fertilizer?
Different definition of organic. Totally different organic. That's the definition of USDA. This is chemistry definition. Okay. Lithotrophs. And then soil aggregation. You of course have the enzymatic activity causing glues and goos and causing aggregation of soils together. Okay. Bacteria make an awful lot of goo wherever they go. And that goo is sticky and it causes soil to bond to it and then it causes aggregation. It's a good thing. Am I losing anybody? Are we going too fast? We're not going to get to all the slides today. Reproduction. How do bacteria reproduce? They don't do it sexually or asexually. They do it through binary fission. And what that is essentially one bacteria splitting its nucleus internally, eventually splitting the cell wall and separating.
You mean it's not a nucleus, it's the DNA?
Huh?
Not the nucleus.
Yeah, sorry. Thank you for correcting me. There is no nucleus in the bacteria. Right. The DNA, right. So the DNA is split, and what you do is you have the chromosomes are split apart, and then you have separation, copying of chromosomes as it does it. Okay. You can also have budding, which is very similar to the binary fission, but it's really not. It's more like one bacteria creating multiple kind of clones of itself, small buds coming off, small pieces of DNA coming off that one bacteria versus one bacteria completely splitting in half. There's kind of it's considered a mother, and then there's the buds that kind of just come off. And every time a bud comes off, it has the DNA code, but the mother still stays in its same original form. Does that make sense? There's only a few bacteria that do that. For the most part, it's the binary fission. Water is necessary for bacteria to exist. You need to have a water environment. They need to have a water film. Please know that every single thing on this planet has a water film on it. So bacteria can exist anywhere. Everything, the countertops, everything. Your skin has a thin layer of water on it from the environment and the temperature difference from the environment and the object itself. So you always have condensation on every surface, even if you're in the driest region of the Gobi Desert. Gobi Desert rocks have a water film on them. Sorry, there's bacteria there. So water is very, very necessary. So if you have a water-heavy environment or you have poor drainage, you might be dealing with some sort of bacterial issue. So that's why drainage is important. You don't have the buildup of bacteria. There's many different kinds. There's a coccus, which is a round shape, a bacillus, which is rod shaped, which most people think of when you think of a bacteria. It's kind of a rod shape, very similar to this. There's the vibrio, which is a shape of almost like a comma, and curved, kind of potato chip kind of shape. There's the spirillum, which is spiral shaped. It uses its flagella to swim really well, so the spiral shaped bacteria generally very dependent on water environments and distribution. And then there's the spiroset, which is kind of like a flexible corkscrew, kind of like a slinky, and it just kind of slinkies itself along. All of these things are mobile. They may not physically swim, but those rod-shaped bacillus have special coatings on the outside, so if they find that they're in an environment where they want to change their environment, they will make themselves less adhering, and then kind of release themselves from whatever they are, go into the water environment, and if they find another nutrient source, they go, hey, I'm sticky, and they stick to it. Okay? Everybody got those different types? Picture I took, it's a little out of focus, but that is bacteria on a hyphae. So once again, really close associations between the two. Generally speaking, you're not going to have one without one covered in the other. couple videos you can check out, and like I said, I'll show you guys this. And also, if you want to, at the end of class, I can email you a PDF of this PowerPoint presentation, and then you'll have it right there, and you don't need to write any of that down. Okay? So we have a really cool video of showing bacteria splitting. We've all seen that video back in biology class, right? And then beneficial bacteria effect on a leaf surface. I'll probably end up showing this during the other classes. And what this is it's a video of a stomata. Remember the holes on the bottom of the leaves? And what they did was they changed the DNA of the pathogen, which is a bacteria on the outside of the leaf, and changed the DNA of the beneficial bacteria, which is on the inside of the stomata, so that they glow. Right? This is called fish technology, so that biologists can see the bacteria in function and moving around. They glow, bioluminescence, through bioluminescence. And what this is an image of, first you see a stomata that isn't inoculated with beneficial bacteria, and you see all the pathogens just kind of flowing into the stomata. And then the next shot is beneficial bacteria in the stomata, and all you see is this red glowing color, which is the beneficial bacteria, and the green glowing color is the pathogen. They're literally just circled around the stomata. And they're just kind of waiting, looking in the hole, waiting to go in, and there's this bright red color, and that's an indication that the beneficial bacteria's presence alone, its enzymatic presence, is keeping the pathogens out of the holes. Okay? So please watch that video if you can, and I'll probably end up showing it again in the microbe side. I really like that video. And of course we have protista. These are the protists. These are going to be usually either one cell or multicellular creatures. What distinguishes them from others? Well, one, they can't be confused with bacteria because they have a nucleus. And generally speaking, they have different structures. They have a cell wall. Some of them even have a mouth. Some of them have a not really digestive system, but it's a system of digestion. So they have specialized structures, places on the body of this creature you can identify as the mouth cavity or as the point of excretion or something like that, where bacteria just looks like a rod, right? They're eukaryotes, so they have a nucleus. Prokaryote, as the bacteria is, meaning no nucleus. They have flagellum, which is going to be like cilia or some sort of way to become mobile. Like here we have a flagella in the back. It's kind of like a sperm tail in the back. And then around here we have very, very, very minute tiny hairs. And it uses them as kind of like little rows. And it rows along in the water. Some have chloroplasts. What does that mean? Yes, they can photosynthesize. And I'll get really heavy into the reason why that is and the evolution of plants when we get into the microbes class on that other one. But I can't get too deep today. Just know that some of them can use sunlight to create their own energy and food source. Protists will decompose. They produce enzymes, which makes food for other microorganisms and causes aggregation, right? And then themselves are a food source for nematodes and worms and macroorganisms, this is moving up the tropho ladder, and typically speaking, most protists eat bacteria. So you can see that they're a little step above the bacteria, but yet a little bit below the nematodes and worms, right? They're right where they need to be in the trophodynamics. Okay? Reproduction, they can do asexually through binary fission like bacteria. Some of them. Some of them do sexual reproduction. They create gametes and zygotes. And we'll get into that on the life cycle of plants during the plant morphology class. And they produce spores. sexual and asexual, just sexual spores, not asexual spores. Anytime it's going to reproduce asexually, it does binary fission. And that is for genetic variability, right? Different types, there's the protozoans, like this guy here. They're considered animal-like because they have a mouth and will hunt. They consume other organisms, usually bacteria. They usually have a pseudopoda. What does pseudo mean? False. Poda, foot. These are pseudopoda. It looks like it's a structure that it uses to step with, but as you watch it closely, you realize that it's not actually a structure. It's just an area that it stretches out to use as a propellant. Okay? This includes protist algae. Algae are the predecessors to plants, right? Well, that and protists. Algae and protists got together and created plants. But we'll get into that in another class if you show up that day. They're very plant-like because they do photosynthesis. They create their own energy from sunlight. Some algae can consume other organisms when there is very little light present. They do that enzymatically. They may come across a bacteria, ooze an enzyme on the bacteria, cause it to die and decompose, soak up the nutrients, and then move on. And then 2 weeks later, the sun shows up and it starts doing its thing. It can sustain itself by consuming others. And some and many are parasites. So algae can exist, especially on plants, in the soil as a parasite, and on humans. And then of course there's slime molds, which are also called water molds. Anybody ever experienced a slime mold getting mulch from somewhere and putting it on your property? Sometimes if you get mulch from the city or somewhere else, you put it on your property, you come out, and it looks like a giant elephant sneezed all over everything you got. It's just this gooey slime, and what that is, it's actually slime mold. It's a fungus-like protista in that they're almost hyphae-like in their multicellular usually. They absorb nutrients through their cell wall like a fungi does. Some can consume other organisms and do that enzymatically, and some are parasites.
Slim mold is just a slime mold on a diet.
Oh yes, slim mold. Yeah, it's a slime mold on a diet. No E. Sorry about the typo. Some videos for you to check out on your own time. This is a ciliated protista, the cilia, little rowboats on the outside of this protista. Microalgae under a microscope. So algae under a microscope. John Bonner he's long since gone now, but he was a biologist extraordinary. He pretty much pioneered the study of slime molds. He does a really cool video when he was in his PhD, I think in 1940 something, and the video is still superb. And what it does is it shows that slime molds are unicellular, usually, but they work together and behave as if they're one organism for a greater good of the whole colony. And it's a really cool video of watching the slime mold kind of moving about and kind of finding its way, and then realizing that whatever conditions that John had put it in weren't working for the slime mold. And so all of a sudden the slime mold gets together and creates a big long stalk, hard stalk. And so some of the organisms become this stalk and die off, so that it can create a very, very strong, rigid surface to put a bunch of the slime mold cells at the top and have them change their form so that they can become dispersed by wind or rain, and then the rain comes and splashes the slime mold off. And so what it is it's a colony type attitude. For the betterment of the colony, they will work together and act as if they are one creature. And this video shows that this is a slime mold maze, and what a bunch of grad students did was put a nutrient source in the middle of a maze, and then put a slime mold on the outside of the maze, and filmed it as it oozed along, and did this kind of pulsing through the maze to try to figure out where the nutrient is. Once it's discovered, all of the rest of the slime mold then follows the track all the way over to the nutrient source. And you got to understand that these are all unicellular creatures working together in this kind of consortium. So it's very, very interesting. And about 20 minutes, we'll talk about replicating natural biological processes. I just want to touch on which of the biological processes am I trying to replicate with natural farming. Okay? I would usually take a break here, guys, but we gotta roll. Which natural farming biological processes am I trying to replicate? I just said that. 1, forest floor dynamics. 2, microbial plant symbiosis, and we'll touch on these. Biological equilibrium, and a natural diet. Let's touch on those real quick. Forest floor dynamics. What is involved in a forest floor? What goes on there? We have leaves falling, we have decomposition, we have microbial breaking down of the materials, we have macroorganisms breaking down the materials, and you have mineralization, right? But we'll get into it. Nutrient cycling. You have nutrients falling from the tree, and birds pooping, and bugs dying, and worms pooping, all going down, and then those materials are broken down by microorganisms. The nitrogen that is in that leaf is then released into the soil environment so that a plant can take it up, only to create a leaf, to drop on the ground, to have it decompose, to have it absorb again. So that's the cycle of the nutrient cycle. Okay? So I'm trying to simulate forest floor nutrient cycling in the field with natural farming. High amounts of organic matter on a forest floor. I would try to simulate that when I'm doing my natural farming amendment application. I'm never going to apply natural farming amendments without mulch. Always going to add soil organic material when I'm adding anything to natural farming. Balances out the CN ratio and all things like that. And then there's also the decomposition factor. High levels of decomposition, well, how are you going to simulate that in the agricultural field? Soil organic matter, high presence of microbes. If you only have leaves, and you don't have wood, you're going to have a high level of bacteria versus the fungi. So in order for there to be a high level of present for fungi, you've got to have a lot of wood. Fermentation, of course. Fermentation is yeast reacting with a nutrient source. Here's the key. In an anaerobic environment, fermentation always happens without the presence of oxygen. Aerobic meaning with oxygen, anaerobic meaning without. So fermentation definitely happens in a forest floor. Have you ever gone out to a forest floor, peeled back the leaves, and then you have this very, very potent ammonia smell? And that comes from fermentation in an area where the leaves have layered and water has gotten in there to the point where there's very little oxygen. Beneficial for a natural farmer, certainly. Fermentation releases nutrients into the environment unlike any other form of decomposition. Microbial reproduction, how do I simulate that? Microbes need nutrients. They need nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and all the things that plants need. So I need to add those things in. Or at least make sure that they're present in heavy quantities in order to work with microbial reproduction and recreate it. Remember I said about bacteria? Water. Water is super important in bacterial reproduction. Can't do it without it. And then nutrient source for fungi. If you have a lot of wood, you're going to have a lot of fungi reproduction. Okay? So just alone, those techniques alone will increase my microbial reproduction. And then of course macroorganisms. If I have enough carbon in my environment, I'm going to have plenty of worms. If I'm going to have, and with worms, I'm going to have birds and with all these other things. So if you can create an environment that is high in microbial reproduction, the trophodynamic movement up the ladder will continue. So all you need to do as a farmer is to make sure that you have that level of reproduction and those macros will come. I keep touching on this, so I'm going to go through real quick. Microbial plant symbiosis. Of course, you have close associations between the plants and the fungi, and we're trying to recreate that in the natural farming environment. Endo and exo symbiosis, right? On the inside of the plant and on the outside of the plant, symbiotic relationships, whether it be the beneficial bacteria on the inside of the stomata or the mycelia, the mycorrhizae. Either way, they can be inside, outside, either way they're there as a symbiote. Mycorrhizae, as I mentioned, here's an example. Plant comes down, main root ball and taproot is here. And here are the lateral branch roots, colored yellow. Everything else is fungi. Those aren't roots. Those are fungi that have built an associated relationship with the plant and are branching out feet beyond where the original plant could go so it can access nutrients and give it to the plant. Okay? Like I said, all plants have this relationship. If you till, you're going to kill them. You're going to kill them. It's all gone. Okay? Simulate production of growth-promoting plant hormones. Plants produce hormones, just like humans do, right? During their development phase, the awkward teenage phase, right? Plants are growing up, they're a little spindly, they're growing tall, they look like a teenager. They have a high level of growth hormones in them during that period of growth. Then it grows to maturity and starts sexual reproduction and starts fruiting. At that point, it has a completely different set of hormones working within the system. Beneficial bacteria and some beneficial bacteria and fungi are able to cause plants to make these hormones when they want them to meet their own needs during their symbiotic relationship. But this also tends to help out the plant as well. It's usually a symbiotic thing. So there are plenty of beneficial bacteria that exist in the soil that once they come in contact with the root zone will cause a plant to grow better or become healthier or absorb more nitrogen or whatever it is. Just know that the association between plants and microorganisms are usually hormone-based. In some way, the microorganism is causing a change in the hormone production of a plant, and the plant is reacting to that hormone change. Sometimes beneficial bacteria can create their own plant hormones on the inside of the plant. They might just say, man, this place is getting crowded in here in the root. I want more roots. So I'm going to cause the plant to grow more roots. So it synthesizes a hormone that causes the plant to grow more roots because now I need some more room. And it'll do that. They have those relationships, okay? And it'll improve and aid in plant defense. Remember that systemic acquired resistance and stuff I was talking about. They cause a reaction in the plant to think it's sick when it's not, and then becomes puts up a big brick wall and nothing can get in to hurt it. What is ecological balance? I'm trying to recreate that as well. Well, it's defined as a state of dynamic equilibrium within a community of organisms in which genetic species and ecosystem diversity remain relatively stable, subject to gradual changes through nature and succession, and a stable balance in the numbers of each species in a system. I mean, that's really essentially, that's a pretty good definition in itself. It's a stable balance between what exists one population of microorganism is more prevalent or more bossy than the other, right? It's kind of like that subway situation I was talking about. Ecological balance. Not one is stronger than the other. Farmer must realize that there is no mention of him or her in this definition. The only thing a farmer can do is lay the framework for these processes. Okay? All you can do to create an ecological environment, balanced ecological environment, is to make the environment so that it's conducive to having a lot of biological diversity. And a natural diet. This mostly comes with the livestock side of natural farming. In livestock side of natural farming, we will inoculate their feed, pigs, chickens, dogs, cows, whatever have you, with indigenous microorganisms or active microorganisms. Why do we do that? Well, pigs in their natural environment, when they're out in nature, they eat roots, worms, starches, and fungi is a main source of protein for them. If you give pigs pig feed, how much fungi is in there? None, because it was sterilized after it was cooked. Very little fungi in there. It's something that they typically get in their natural environment. So what we'll do is we'll actually replicate more like a natural feed and take sweet potatoes or banana stumps or even just corn feed that you buy, and then we inoculate it with indigenous microorganisms, lactic acid bacteria, and all these things, so that they can have healthy digestive systems that, because they naturally have that in nature, why not simulate that? Not to mention that a pig out in nature doesn't deal too much with stink and smell in its environment because it moves around and drops its droppings wherever it can, but pigs generally stay in the same area and they poop where they live. But why is it not an issue? Because there's so much biological diversity in nature that the waste is broken down pretty quickly. And that's what we do, is we create a pig pen that looks like, but functions like a forest floor. So when the pig poops on the material, and the same thing happens in the pen that happens in the forest. Microbes jump on it right away, rob the poop of its moisture, and then the flies don't come because the poop isn't moist. They won't go on it unless it's moist. And then the pig tramples it down, breaks it down, more microorganisms breaking it down, and it becomes part of the nutrient balance of the system. Rich in microorganisms, probiotics stimulate immune system and increase natural breakdown and absorption of nutrients. Just like if you take probiotics from the store, you're going to be absorbing more nutrients from your food than if you didn't. And that's all we're doing, is creating a probiotic and giving it to the animals in their feed. Got 10 minutes, and I'm going to go through it real quick, guys, as far as like just pictures and examples of the materials you guys are going to learn about next week if you come. Some of the natural farming materials, of course, I mentioned fermented plant materials, and then there's fermented animal materials. Fermented plant materials includes fermented plant juice and fruit juices and IMO 4. Fermented plant juice and fruit juices. It's essentially plant food. Okay? It's taking in nutrients from one plant, fermenting that plant, accessing the nutrients that are inside the cells of that plant, and making the plant available to another plant. Right? So it's essentially a homemade plant food. Just like the name says, it's fermented plant material. You use sugar and plant material to create it. And it also uses osmotic pressure. Here's a great video of osmotic pressure, and what this video is a wilted piece of lettuce. Been in the fridge, totally wilted. They took a petri dish with a dish full of water, placed it inside, and took a time-lapse video. And what happens to the lettuce leaf? It grows and inflates, and all the cells become filled with water again, and it becomes a beautiful, healthy piece of lettuce. And what's going on there is osmotic pressure. Osmotic pressure is when there is an environment that has a higher concentration of a material than another. For instance, there's a lot less water on the cells of that wilted lettuce than there is in the water in the dish. So what's going to happen? Water will fill a negative area. But osmotic pressure doesn't just go in through a hole. Osmotic pressure is the movement of minerals over a permeable layer. Permeable layer meaning it's a membrane that molecules can pass through, but isn't necessarily open. Like a cell wall. A cell wall is a permeable layer. And if there is less water on the inside of a cell than there is outside, those molecules of water will actually pass through the cell wall and inflate that cell. That's osmotic pressure. What are we doing with fermented plant juice? I take sugar, right? Sugar is very, very dry as compared to a plant cell. So if I take plants, chop them up, or even just tear them up, put them in a bucket, mix them with a little bit of sugar, that sugar grain is going to sit on the outside of that plant permeable surface, and it's going to pull water out of the plant, opposite of the lettuce. Lettuce, the water goes in. This is a different example where the pressure is on the outside of the plant. The sugar is drier than the cells on the inside. So what will happen? The sugar will pull the water in addition to the cell contents, the nutrients, the nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and so on, out of that cell and into the bucket until it meets an equilibrium of the moisture on the inside of the cell and on the outside of the bucket. That is osmotic pressure. It is a key component to natural farming, and we'll talk pretty heavily about it on the next class. But what we do here is we mix sugar with plant materials and osmotic pressure happens. And it's the same thing that happens when you make strawberry compote for your French toast, right? You take strawberries, you put it in a dish, and then you put a little sugar in there and you put it in the fridge, right? What happens the next morning when you take that out? All the contents, all the sugars, all the red stuff, all the carotenoids, all the nutrition that is inside that strawberry got taken out. What color are the strawberries when you take them out? Bleach white. Usually, if you let them sit in there long enough. So it's the same concept where it's sucking it out because there's more water on the inside of the strawberry than on the outside. Same concept. So all we're doing is pulling out goodness from this.
Do you need
plant
to use
material.
sugar, dry sugar? You can't use molasses?
Yes, molasses will not create osmotic pressure.
Yeah,
Yeah, you need to have a
wet.
dry material.
That's it.
Okay? I'll get into that on the next class. Can be phase specific, so we'll get into that in the next class. You can either use the same plant, like I can make fermented plant juice from my tomato plants to inoculate my future tomato plants, or there's the option to go and grab weeds, which have a high level of hormones and these growth stimulating chemicals, and I extract that out and then I add them to my tomato plant. So there's two schools of thought and two ways to do it, and I'll detail that on the next class. But you can either use the plant on plant, or you can use a different plant on that plant. The Korean natural farmers, guys, use specific plants to add to another specific plant based upon what's in this one and what this one needs.
Is there any specific experimentation on using primarily invasives or anything?
There's no experimentation at all on it.
Oh.
Okay? Why do we use fermented plant juices? Like I said, exchangeable plant hormones. I can take hormones from one plant and add it to another. And we've proven that we can take hormones from one plant and add to another. This is scientifically sound thought, proven. And then we've also proven that we can synthesize. We can make our own hormones in the lab and put them on a plant, and the plant reacts the same way. Okay? Just like we've created our own synthetic hormones, birth control, all those things, same thing, right? Exchangeable plant beneficial microorganisms. So, if a tomato plant is riddled with beneficial bacteria and fungi within its system, and then I ferment that and I extract all those bacteria and then I add them back to my tomato plant, I just took all the beneficial bacteria and fungi and put it back on my next round, right? And then exchangeable plant nutrients, plain and simple. If either of these things aren't true, if nothing else, it's a fact that when you do this, you are extracting nitrogen, fat, phosphorus, potassium, all the macros and micros within the one plant, and those are then water soluble, available for the next one. So even if 5 years down the line we prove that this is BS, this is always going to be true. We know that for a fact. Put sugar on a plant, ferment it, extract it, you're going to have nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, all those things that were in there, in that liquid, and then you can apply it to the notebook.
Do you use raw sugar as opposed to
brown sugar? Yeah, I use dark brown sugar, but don't want to use white because there's chemicals in it that antimicrobial chemicals in there. Okay. We're about a minute and a half away, and I'm going to keep cruising. IMO4, what is it? I essentially call it like super compost. It is compost on steroids. Right? It can be made into a soil amendment, or you can use it as a tea, which is a great way to get the most benefit out of your IMO. Plant-based material, it's made from carbohydrate sources, rice or some other starchy material, sugar, all plant-based materials. And it's inoculated with indigenous microorganisms. There's actually a step in which I go out in the environment, grab the microorganisms, bring them in and culture them, and then multiply them on a very large scale. I use a carbohydrate source as a media. Sugars being very useful for all microorganisms. All microorganisms love glucose and sugars, so why not use a carbohydrate source to put my microorganisms onto? There is thermophilic breakdown. And what does that mean? Thermophilic, hot plant, right? Essentially what happens there is, like everyone's compost pile, in the center gets up to 100, 120, 130, 140 degrees, right? Well, in IMO 3 pile, about 2.5 days in, it's about 130, 140 degrees in the center. If you left it without stirring it, would get up to 160, 80, 90 degrees, super hot. This is great. We want high temperatures, nothing above 120. Write that down. Nothing above 120. At 120, most pathogens cannot exist. Which is why almost all compost that is sold in the stores is heated thermophilically to 120 degrees to ensure that you're not passing pathogens down. This is the main component to killing off any of those bad guys that you got in the system. Rapid microbial reproduction goes on here to the point where if you looked at it one day and you look at it the next day, you can obviously see a rapid reproduction of microorganisms. It becomes more and more and more inoculated over time. There are many steps involved in making IMO4, and should be used in conjunction with mulching. Why? Because microorganisms of this that are involved in this system, they hate the sun and they hate heat. So if you're going to use it, you're going to put it out in your field, and cover it up because the sun will just kill it like that and you just wasted all your time and effort. And if you guys remind me when I'm packing up here, I have a pile of IMO 3 in the back that I have to stir right now, and you can go take a look. And here's IMO 4, the way I make it when I do it myself, not for my research. I use breadfruit. I make breadfruit flour. I use a challah basket. Put my breadfruit in there. It's dried, chopped up. I use microorganisms from the environment and inoculate them. Here's my inoculated breadfruit. See all that cotton candy foamy stuff? That's wonderful mycelia. Then I mix that with a little bit of sugar in a bucket and I ferment the material. I then take that, mix it with some water, and then add it to a carbohydrate source, right here being mill run. I let it ferment. After fermentation, I mix it with some field soil, and then it's ready. So that's just a real rough rundown. And then why do I use it, of course? Increase soil biodiversity, replicating that forest floor dynamics with the mulch and the microorganisms, decomposition, all those things I had mentioned. Add high organic matter, and then excess non-plant available nutrients through mineralization. What that means is, by adding IMO to the soil, I am putting microorganisms into the soil that can access nutrients that wouldn't be available unless those microorganisms were there to break it down. Got it? Improving soil dynamics, improving pH, improving water retention, improving how water moves through the soil, making sure it's aerated, causing macroorganisms. It prevents erosion on the top of the soil. Remember, those fungi, bacteria cause the aggregation of the soil, protects it. And then as a livestock pen inoculant, I'll actually use the IMO in the floor of the pig pen and in the chicken pens. Causes such a biologically rich environment that, like I said, chicken poops and instantly bacteria, fungi are on it, robbing it of moisture, and within an hour there's no more moisture in there for the flies to take advantage of. And as a feed inoculant, I will take IMO and just throw it right on our sweet potato and the pigs eat it up. And it's the same fungi and bacteria that they would have eaten when they're eating roots in nature. Mind if I go 5 minutes over, guys? Okay. I promise, 5 minutes, that's it. Fermented animal materials. This includes fermented fish waste, lactic acid bacteria solution, water-soluble calcium, IMO5, and many, many more. Fermented fish waste is a soluble nitrogen, calcium, and magnesium and iron source. And that's Bob. He likes when I make it. It's his favorite thing. It's made from fish innards, skins, flesh, and bones. It uses osmotic pressure, the same way as the fermented plant juice. Same concept. The cells aren't plant cells, they're animal cells. And there's more water, there's more pressure on the outside of the cell than there is on the inside, so it just gets drawn out. Right?
Do you take your fish waste, do you inoculate it with something, or just the air inoculates it?
I'm not really so much interested in the microbial presence here.
Uh-huh.
It's more about that's all I'm looking for. Pulling it out with the sugar.
And you just put sugar on the fish waste?
That's it.
And a one
equal amounts?
No. It's kind of a layering, but next class I'll detail that. Okay? And then indigenous microorganisms break down the material. Yes, they do. Over time, there's many harvesting points in the fish waste. The first harvest can be very high in water and nitrogen proteins, and then as the material starts breaking down over the course of 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, different materials start breaking down in the bucket. Eventually you get to the breakdown of the bones, and so you have more magnesium and calcium in this harvest than you did in the beginning. So it's kind of this perpetual harvesting of the material. Okay, so essentially, I'll go over it next class. Why do we do it? Well, it's high NPK, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium. About 511. If it was bagged or if it was sold in the store, it's somewhere right around 511. It's water soluble, which means plants can take it up right away. Also, it means that microorganisms can take it up right away. Most nitrogen exists as stable nitrate, as I mentioned. Most of the fertilizers you get in the store are ammonia-based, and then they have to go through this nitrate conversion. Already done. Foliar and soil amendment. I'll spray it on the outside of the plants and also in the soil. It also deters pests for a short period of time. If you have cabbage worms or anything like that, hit your plants with this. They're going to run away for the next day or two. Maybe hit it again with a pretty light concentration over the period of a week, and you may not have those worms eating your kale anymore. They just don't like the smell. It's very, once it gets, that nitrogen gets exposed to the oxygen, becomes ammonia, and they don't want to have anything to do with it.
You get rid of the worms and the pigs come in though.
Right. Keep the dogs away, because if you spray this stuff on your plants, the dogs are like, ooh, a fish. Oh, they'll just eat your plant. Lactic acid bacteria solution is a cultured bacteria of lactic acid. It's essentially whey from curds and whey. Creating cottage cheese. It's making cottage cheese. Cottage cheese is on top. It's not. Cottage cheese is not part of lactic acid bacteria. The part of lactic acid bacteria is the liquid below the cottage cheese.
Can you eat that cottage cheese?
I certainly do.
I eat it with my chickens. They would love it.
Oh yeah, livestock absolutely loves it. So we'll go through the process when we do it.
No,
in a few days.
in Cho's book, he says to just use the rice wash water.
Yeah.
And that works too.
Yeah, but you got to use milk too.
Oh, okay.
It's rice wash water is part one of the two.
That attracts the yeast.
So what you're doing is you use the rice to get the lactic acid bacteria. It's on the rice, but you have to feed it. You have to feed it. Yeah. Okay. Why use it? Lactic acid bacteria is really the key factor in fermentation. It's the end result of fermentation. Once you ferment something, it'll go through all these processes, and then the only thing that's left over is lactic acid bacteria. It's the only life left in a fermented material. It's what's in kimchi. It's what's in sauerkraut. It acidifies the environment, which is great if you are a fungi, or not great if you're a fungi, I guess. Because if I change quickly the pH of a fungi, it'll die. Because it's very acidic, if I have a fungi on the leaf of the plant and I hit it with it, the pH alone being about 3.5 is enough to kill that pathogen, the pH change. There is hundreds of amendments out there that farmers use to change the pH of the outside of a plant to kill off fungi. This is just one you can make in your kitchen. And it's also biologically based, not chemical based.
Old farmers used to say that you have downy mildew, just do a 50% water and milk.
Yeah.
And drains the plants, and that kills the
and then that'll make it a basic. It's instead of going to the acidic side, it's going basic.
Yeah.
And so either change. If you go up 2 points on a fungi pH, it'll die off most of them.
The way that you get from like fresh yogurt production, is that the same thing?
Very similar. Very similar. Yeah. So John does them hand in hand. He gets his lactic acid bacteria from the production of yogurt. It's a digestive inoculant for the health of your livestock. I spray this on every bit of feed for livestock. It's actually, I take 1 ounce of it every morning myself. So I make it in my kitchen, make sure it's nice and clean. Only do that if you're making it in a clean environment. And I take a 1 ounce shot every morning. And I've been doing that for about 3 years, and I gotta tell you, I used to deal with so many issues digestively, and I don't have those problems anymore. Probiotics at $30 for a jar. I make it in your kitchen. Livestock pen maintenance. If at any time the pig pen becomes a little bit odoriferous, all we do is we come in and we spray this on the pig and around the environment, and the smell goes away. Why? Lactic acid bacteria, its function in an environment is that it consumes the nutrient resources of other microorganisms. So if you have a bacteria on the side of your pig where he laid in his poop, right, and it stinks and there's flies all over it, and you spray lactic acid bacteria on his butt, and instantly the bacteria and fungi that was causing that stink that's on the side no longer has a nutrient source, so it dies within an hour. And then it doesn't make that methanogen ammonia stink anymore. It cannot make that stink. It's dead. So that's why we use it, is to take over the nutrient source for a bad microorganism It has antimicrobial properties, like it's saying. It takes over the nutrient source for other microorganisms. It also deters pests in the same way. It stinks. And it will chase away most moths and aphids.
I bet you can take that serum and just keep it in the fridge.
Yeah, I do.
Or at room temperature, you can mix it with molasses.
With sugar, yeah.
And then you just dilute the same, just use them the same way.
Right. I actually put molasses in it and then I put it in the fridge anyway because it stays for a much longer period of time. Water soluble calcium, very briefly, what we do is we take bones and we char them, we mix them with vinegar. What happens when you take a chicken bone and you put it in vinegar? You used to do this in school, right? It turns all rubbery. What happens is the calcium that is in there gets released because of the pH of the vinegar. It becomes water soluble. And so all you do is you're taking the calcium out of the bones using a chemical agent, which is vinegar acetic
Do
acid.
the same thing with eggshell.
Yep, you do the same thing with eggshells. Okay, so acidic breaks down the carbon bonds and through chemical reaction releases nutrients from the bones. Calcium, magnesium, mostly. Why do we use it? Soil and Fuller amendment, it raises the pH. So if you're looking for something to increase your pH as opposed to lime, maybe you want to use water-soluble calcium. Okay? Calcium having that effect on soil, raising the pH. And then it has high levels of potassium, magnesium, phosphorus, and other micronutrients.
And our volcanic soils are typically low pH.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're usually going to be acidic.
And the phosphorus is bound up by the iron.
Correct. IMO5 is IMO4 mixed with high nitrogen natural amendment and biochar. What were you doing here? You're balancing out that CN ratio in an IMO4. You're adding that nitrogen. And what does the biochar do? Biochar, go ahead, is what?
Well, it sequesters carbon. It creates an environment, basically a condo for microbes.
It makes a condo, an apartment building for microbes. So what you're doing is adding a nitrogen source to balance out the CN ratio, and then you're adding more area for a microorganism to do its thing. So IMO5 is good stuff. So on the left you have a sample of it, biochar, and then here is a sample of IMO5 that me and Josiah
What is the
made.
nitrogen source you use?
Fish.
Just fish?
Yeah. And then why use it? CN ratio, more surface area, and microorganisms have a nutrient source. Okay, we did it, guys.
Yeah, thanks.
Don't listen to those dates. Are those right? Those are right?
Those are right.
Yeah.
Oh, I actually got to that one. So, mineral production application. Hands-on is the best way to learn. Okay, bring bug spray if that's a problem for you. They're bad back there. We're going to meet in here, but we're going to walk back there and do some stuff. Bring rain gear. It's going to rain. Because every time I run this class, it's coming down buckets. Bring a raincoat and an umbrella, and bring shoes, closed-toed shoes, because we're going to be digging in some soppy stuff. I don't want to see anybody out there in sandals. I don't want to be getting hurt. Plus, your sandals will stink until the day you die. Expect to go home with some samples. So I have some mason jars and stuff, so I hope to hand out samples. I don't know how many you're going to get now. It's really based upon how many people show up. And if you can, bring either a double-bagged paper bag or a double-bagged plastic shopping bag, and I'll give you IMO4 that you can take home. But I don't have like a vessel for you to take back, or a box, or bring something so you can get a nice little sample of IMO. A bucket, anything. What else? Please fill these out. These are all done. I'd like to have those before the end. Next class, 10 o'clock. Any questions on that?
You know if the admin will let me switch from next week, so the 30th, or anything.
Oh, you want to go to the 30th? Yeah, I don't see why that would be an issue, because you're going to do it before we start the class. So,
Yeah.
the only issue is, if I don't have 6 students, if I have 6 students now and you pull out, we're not running the class.
Oh, okay.
So I don't know how many we have right now.
Okay, I'll call. I have a wedding next week.
Okay, yeah. And if you gotta go to that, that's fine. pull the class. It's up to you. But I'm just letting you know, if you're my 6 and you pull out, we're not going to run the class. I need to have 6 in the class enrolled, which we had today, but 2 didn't show up. Everybody got their things? You can hang those up on the mantle. Proud for your completion. Awesome.
And you were going to give us, are you going to send us the
PDF.
PDF?
Okay, what I do there is I'm going to go like this, and you're going to punch in your email address, and we'll send it right now. And then that way, if it's wrong, it's your fault.
CYA, baby.
See how I don't accept responsibility for a lot of things? Okay, go ahead and type your email address in there.
And you get the...
Here's the ad.
Okay.
Okay.
Push send.
I got it. Anybody else?
My daughter just told me that.
Yeah, I would.
Okay.
Okay.
Type in your email address. So I'm going to go back right now and stir up pile of IMO 3 if anybody has the time. You want to go watch me, you're more than welcome. And I'm going to go check out that box of IMO 1. Yeah, I'm going to go to lunch and then do this all over again.
So what's the enrollment on the, you got a full group now for, obviously.
I think I have 11 for this one.
Really?
Surprisingly. Do you want to put...
No.
Okay.